As the great Buddha once wisely said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." In this life, the way we see the world is not determined by the world itself, but by the lens of our mind. Two people can face the same challenge. One sees only suffering, the other sees an opportunity to grow. This difference is not in the situation, but in the way the mind has been trained. Buddhism teaches us that peace and happiness are not found outside, they are cultivated within, through how we choose to perceive life. If you can reprogram your mind to see the good, you will not only protect your heart from unnecessary suffering, but also discover joy, even in the smallest moments. 1. Break free from negative traps. Awaken the mind's true power. Your mind is like a vast and fertile garden. Every day, countless seeds are being planted. Some seeds are thoughts of peace, gratitude, and love, while others are seeds of anger, worry, and fear. If you are not paying attention, the weeds of negativity will grow faster than the flowers of joy. This is because the human mind has a natural tendency to focus on threats and problems, something psychology today calls the negativity bias. Our ancestors needed this bias to survive danger, but in modern life, it often traps us in cycles of overthinking, complaint, and dissatisfaction. The very first step to reprogramming your mind is awareness. Without awareness, your mind will run on autopilot, dragging you into dark corners without you even realizing it. Buddhism calls this practice mindfulness, being fully present, observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment. Imagine sitting quietly and noticing a thought arise. Nothing ever goes right for me. Normally, you would fuse with that thought, believe it, and let it shape your mood. But when you are mindful, you simply notice it, as if you were watching a cloud pass through the sky. You don't chase it, you don't fight it, you just see it for what it is, a passing event in the mind, not a permanent truth. This act of noticing creates a powerful gap between you and your thoughts. In that gap, freedom is born. You realize you are not your thoughts, you are the awareness that observes them. And when you become the observer, you are no longer enslaved by negativity. Complaints lose their grip, worries lose their sharpness, criticism loses its poison. You reclaim the power to decide which thoughts deserve your attention and which ones do not. Think of it this way. If you were a gardener and you saw weeds overtaking your garden, you wouldn't just sit there helplessly. You would pull out the weeds and choose to water the flowers. The mind works the same way. If you keep feeding negative thoughts with attention, they will grow and dominate your mental space. But if you redirect your energy toward positive, peaceful, and constructive thoughts, those will take root and flourish. Every moment in life is an opportunity to make this choice. When someone criticizes you, do you water the weed of resentment or the flower of patience? When a difficulty arises, do you water the weed of despair or the flower of resilience? When you feel lacking, do you water the weed of envy or the flower of gratitude? The more you practice, the more natural it becomes to choose the flowers over the weeds. By shining the gentle light of awareness on your inner world, you weaken the power of negative thoughts. They no longer run wild and choke your joy. Instead, you cultivate a garden of peace and clarity. Over time, this practice transforms not just how you think, but how you experience life itself. You begin to see beauty in ordinary moments, lessons in challenges, and strength within yourself that you never knew existed. This is the true power of the mind. When it is awake, it no longer lives as a prisoner of negativity, but as a master gardener, creating a life full of growth, peace, and goodness. 2. Rewrite the story of pain. Every struggle holds a hidden gift. When hardship strikes, the first reaction of the mind is often resistance. We cry out, "Why me? Why now?" Pain feels unfair, loss feels cruel, and disappointment feels heavy. In these moments, It is natural to think that life is punishing us, that we are victims of misfortune. But Buddhism teaches us a radical truth. Suffering is not an enemy, it is a teacher. Every struggle carries within it a hidden gift, but only those who learn to look deeper will uncover it. Think of a lotus flower. It is one of the most sacred symbols in Buddhism because of where it grows, not in clean, clear water, but in muddy swamps. Yet from that mud, a pure, radiant flower emerges. In the same way, your struggles are the mud from which the wisdom of your life blooms. Without challenges, you cannot grow. Without pain, you cannot understand compassion. Without loss, you cannot appreciate presence. The secret lies in reframing the story your mind tells you about pain. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" train your mind to ask, "What is life teaching me here?" A lost job may seem like failure, but perhaps it is life's way of guiding you toward your true calling. A broken relationship may feel like rejection, but perhaps it is life removing someone who would have harmed your spirit, making space for a deeper, healthier love. Even illness, as painful as it is, can awaken gratitude for health, empathy for others, and a realization of what truly matters in life. This doesn't mean pain is easy or that suffering should be welcomed blindly. Buddhism never asks us to deny our human emotions. It is okay to cry, to feel the sting of heartbreak, to sit in grief. But alongside those feelings, there is an invitation to see beyond the surface. Every difficulty contains two layers, the pain itself and the story we tell ourselves about that pain. The first layer, we cannot always control life, brings challenges, whether we like it or not. But the second layer is in our hands. If you tell yourself, "This pain is the end of me," it will break you. But if you tell yourself, "This pain is shaping me into someone wiser and stronger," then the same suffering becomes a source of growth. Think of great spiritual teachers, thinkers, and even ordinary people you know who carry remarkable strength and compassion. If you look closely, almost every one of them has been through struggle. Pain carved wisdom into their hearts. Challenges shaped their character. Hardship polished their spirit like fire refines gold. Life's toughest moments, when seen with awareness, are not punishments, they are preparations. They are molding you into the person you are meant to be. Even in your daily life, you can practice this reframing. When something small frustrates you, a long line at the store, an unexpected delay, a rude comment, pause and ask, "What is the lesson here?" Maybe patience, maybe humility, maybe learning not to take things personally. Slowly, your mind begins to shift. Instead of seeing yourself as a victim of every difficulty, you begin to see yourself as a student of life. Every moment, even the painful ones, becomes part of your training ground. When you reprogram your mind in this way, pain no longer feels like wasted suffering. It becomes meaningful. It becomes a source of wisdom. It becomes a teacher guiding you toward resilience, empathy, and strength. You stop asking life to be easier, and instead, you ask to be stronger. And the beautiful truth is, once you change the story, the suffering does not just remain pain. It becomes the very soil from which your greatest growth and joy will rise. 3. Gratitude alchemy, turning ordinary moments into gold. There is a deep teaching in Buddhism. Contentment is the greatest wealth. Many people chase happiness as if it were hidden in distant achievements, future successes, or possessions they do not yet own. They tell themselves, "I'll be happy when I get that promotion, when I buy that house, when I find the right person." But this way of thinking traps the mind in endless craving, always reaching for something else, never fully arriving in the present moment. Gratitude breaks this cycle. Gratitude is the art of realizing that what you already have is enough, that every breath, every sunrise, every small act of kindness is a treasure. Think about it. If you cannot find joy in what you already have, what makes you believe you will find it in what you don't? A person without gratitude is like someone standing in a beautiful garden, but only noticing the weeds, blind to the colors and scents around them. But when you cultivate gratitude, you reprogram your mind to focus on the blossoms instead of the thorns. Suddenly, ordinary moments become extraordinary. A sip of clean water feels like a blessing. A conversation with a friend feels sacred. The warmth of sunlight on your skin feels like a gift from the universe. Gratitude is not about ignoring your struggles or pretending that life is perfect. It is about choosing to also see the good that exists alongside the struggles. Even in suffering, there is always something to be grateful for. The Buddha often spoke about the preciousness of human life itself, the fact that you are alive, breathing, conscious, and capable of awakening is already a miracle. Out of billions of possibilities, here you are, walking this earth with the chance to learn, love, and grow. To see this truth clearly is to hold gratitude in your heart every day. A powerful way to practice gratitude is to turn it into a daily ritual. Each morning or evening, pause and name 3 things you are thankful for. At first, your mind might point to big things, your family, your health, your opportunities. But as you practice more, you will begin to notice the small, overlooked blessings. The sound of birds in the morning, the comfort of your pillow, the kindness of a stranger who held the door open. These simple recognitions slowly rewire your brain. Neuroscience today confirms what Buddhism has taught for centuries. What you focus on, you strengthen. By focusing on gratitude, your brain begins to naturally seek out the positive. Over time, gratitude becomes not just something you practice, but something you are. Think of gratitude like alchemy. In ancient times, alchemists sought to turn base metals into gold. Gratitude does this with your life. It takes ordinary, even difficult moments and turns them into something valuable. A long wait in traffic can become a chance to breathe and reflect. A hard day at work can become a reminder of your resilience. A challenge can become an opportunity to appreciate the strength you never knew you had. Gratitude transforms the way you interpret life, making you richer without needing a single coin. And here is the most beautiful part. Gratitude multiplies. The more you practice it, the more blessings you begin to see. It's as if life is constantly showering you with gifts, but you only notice them once your eyes are open. You realize that you don't need to wait for happiness. You can choose it in this very moment by being thankful for what already surrounds you. Buddhism teaches us that the mind is like a mirror. If you focus only on what is missing, the reflection will always look incomplete. But if you focus on what is already here, the reflection becomes full of light. Gratitude is the lens that allows you to see abundance instead of lack, peace instead of restlessness, joy instead of complaint. And when gratitude fills your heart, every step feels lighter, every breath feels sacred, and every day becomes a treasure to be lived fully. 4. Surrender the chains. Find strength in letting go. One of the greatest sources of human suffering is our desperate attempt to control what cannot be controlled. We cling tightly to our plans, our expectations, and the way we think life should unfold. When things go differently, when people leave, when events do not follow the story we wrote in our minds, we feel pain not only because of what happened, but because we refuse to let go. Buddhism teaches us that this clinging is like tying chains around your own heart. The more you resist impermanence, the heavier those chains become. Imagine holding a rope tightly while someone is pulling it from the other end. The tighter you grip, the more your hands burn, the more pain you create for yourself. The instant you release the rope, the struggle ends. Life works the same way. We suffer not just because of events themselves, but because of our refusal to release them. We want life to be permanent, but Buddhism reminds us that impermanence is the very nature of existence. Seasons change, rivers flow, flowers bloom and wither, people come and go. To cling is to fight against reality. To let go is to align with it. Letting go does not mean giving up or becoming careless. It means loosening the grip of control, accepting that change is natural, and finding freedom in surrender. Consider the times in your life when plans fell apart. Perhaps a dream job slipped away, a friendship faded, or a relationship ended. At first, it may have felt like the end of the world. But looking back, haven't many of those moments redirected you to something greater, something you never would have found had life gone your way? A closed door is not always a loss, it can be protection. A delay is not always a punishment, it can be preparation. Life has a wisdom far deeper than our limited view. When we let go, we create space for that wisdom to unfold. A clenched fist cannot hold anything new, but an open palm can receive. When you release the need to control every detail, you open yourself to new opportunities, new connections, and new lessons. You learn to flow like water, flexible, adaptive, able to find its way around obstacles rather than crashing against them. In Buddhism, the practice of letting go is often connected to the understanding of anatta, the truth of non-self. Much of our clinging comes from ego, from the belief that everything must serve me and my desires. When the ego softens, life feels less personal. You begin to see that the universe is not attacking you, it is simply moving in cycles, like the tides of the ocean. By stepping back from ego, you realize that what you once called loss may actually be transformation. Letting go also means releasing the weight of resentment and grudges. Carrying anger towards someone who wronged you is like drinking poison and expecting them to suffer. The Buddha taught that holding on to anger is like grasping a burning coal. You are the one who gets burned. When you forgive, not because the other person deserves it, but because you deserve peace, you cut the chain that ties you to their actions. You walk free. The strength of letting go is not weakness. It is not passivity. It is courage. It is the ability to trust life even when it doesn't make sense. It is the faith that the universe is unfolding in ways beyond your understanding. It is the wisdom to know that holding on too tightly blocks your growth, while surrender sets you free. Think of a tree in autumn. If it refused to let go of its leaves, it would never make space for new growth in spring. Your life is the same. Every ending clears the way for a beginning. Every release opens space for renewal. By surrendering the chains of control and attachment, you discover a deeper strength, the strength of peace, the strength of acceptance, the strength of flowing with life rather than against it. In the end, letting go is not about losing, it is about gaining freedom. It is about discovering that the very things you feared releasing were never truly yours to begin with. When you let go, you don't fall, you rise. You rise above fear, above suffering, above the illusions of permanence. And in that rising, you taste the freedom and serenity that the Buddha spoke of, the peace that comes when the heart is no longer bound by chains. 5. Guard your mind's gate. Only let in what helps you grow. Your mind is your most sacred space. It is the temple in which your thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions live. And just like any temple, it must be protected. Imagine building a beautiful home with care and love, but leaving the doors wide open day and night. Strangers wander in, some kind and respectful, but others carrying dirt, noise, and chaos. If you do not guard the entrance, your home will soon be filled with clutter, filth, and disruption. In the same way, if you do not guard your mind, anything and everything from the outside world will enter negative conversations, toxic media, harmful opinions, destructive beliefs, and slowly they will shape the way you think, feel, and act. Buddhism teaches that the mind becomes what it consumes. Every sound you hear, every word you read, every image you watch, every person you allow into your space is like a seed planted in your mental soil. If you constantly expose yourself to anger, gossip, and fear, those seeds will sprout into weeds that dominate your inner garden. But if you surround yourself with kindness, wisdom, silence, and uplifting teachings, then your inner world will bloom with peace and clarity. Guarding your mind's gate means being selective, choosing carefully what you allow to enter, because what enters will eventually become part of you. Think of the food you eat. If you eat junk every day, your body becomes weak, sick, and tired. If you nourish yourself with clean, healthy food, your body thrives with strength and energy. The mind is no different. It consumes thoughts, words, and impressions. Whatever you feed it, it will digest, and whatever it digests will shape your character. If you want a peaceful mind, you cannot keep feeding it with chaos. If you want clarity, you cannot keep flooding it with noise. If you want compassion, you cannot keep surrounding yourself with bitterness and cruelty. Modern life makes this lesson more urgent than ever. We live in a world overflowing with information, distractions, and noise. Social media, television, news, and advertisements compete for our attention every second. And much of what they offer is not nourishment but poison, fear-driven headlines, endless comparison, anger-filled debates, shallow entertainment. If you allow these things to pour into your mind without filter, do not be surprised when you feel anxious, restless, jealous, or drained. You cannot consume darkness and expect your mind to shine with light. Guarding the gate of your mind requires conscious choices. It means asking yourself, does this help me grow? Does this bring me peace, wisdom, or compassion? Or does this fill me with restlessness, anger, or despair? If it harms, close the gate. If it nourishes, let it in. This does not mean you must avoid the world or hide from reality. It means you approach the world with discernment. Just as you would not drink poisoned water, do not allow poisoned thoughts or influences to enter your heart. In Buddhism, there is a practice called right association, choosing wisely the company you keep. The people you spend time with influence your thoughts more than you realize. If you surround yourself with complainers, you will soon complain. If you spend time with those who gossip, you will find yourself speaking poorly of others. But if you walk with the wise, you too become wise. If you share space with those who practice kindness, patience, and mindfulness, those qualities will naturally grow in you. The Buddha once said, "If you cannot find a good companion, walk alone, like an elephant roaming the forest." This is a reminder that it is better to walk alone in peace than to walk with those who drag your spirit downward. Guarding your mind also means protecting the inner dialogue you have with yourself. Often, the harshest voices come not from others but from within. Pay attention to the way you speak to yourself in your thoughts. Do you constantly criticize, doubt, or belittle yourself? These are also weeds, and they enter because you left the gate unguarded. Replace them with seeds of compassion and encouragement. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to someone you love. Tell yourself, "I am learning, I am growing, I am worthy of peace." When you plant such seeds, your mind becomes a place of refuge instead of a battlefield. Another powerful practice in guarding the mind is silence. In silence, you take control of the gates. You stop the flood of unnecessary words, images, and noise, and you allow your mind to breathe. Even a few minutes each day spent in silence, without devices or distractions, can reset your mind and remind you of its natural clarity. Silence is like cleaning the temple of your mind. It removes the dust and makes space for wisdom to shine. Think also of nature. When you step into a forest, sit by a river, or watch the stars, notice how your mind feels lighter and calmer. That is because nature plants seeds of peace. The sound of birds, the sight of trees, the flow of water, all of these are pure, natural food for the mind. By spending time in such environments, you strengthen the positive seeds within yourself and weaken the pull of negativity. Guarding your mind is not about perfection. You will encounter negativity. You will sometimes consume things that are not healthy for the soul, but the key is awareness. If you notice what is entering, you can choose whether to keep feeding it or to stop. Over time, you become like a wise gatekeeper, welcoming what is good, closing the door to what is harmful, and always remembering that you are the one in charge of your inner world. When you take this responsibility seriously, you transform your life. Anger finds less space to grow. Fear loses its grip. Jealousy and envy fade. In their place, peace, gratitude, and compassion begin to flourish. Your mind becomes a sacred space, a temple filled with light, because you have guarded its gate with wisdom. And here lies the most profound truth. When you guard your mind, you are not just protecting yourself, you are also protecting others. A peaceful mind speaks peaceful words, acts with compassion, and creates harmony. An unguarded mind spreads restlessness, anger, and harm. By taking care of your own inner world, you contribute to the healing of the outer world. This is the ripple effect of guarding your mind's gate. So ask yourself daily, what seeds am I allowing into my mind today? Do they help me grow, or do they weigh me down? Every choice you make, what you read, what you watch, who you spend time with, how you speak to yourself, is a decision about which seeds to water. And in the end, the garden of your life will reflect the seeds you chose to nurture. Guard the gate wisely, and you will cultivate a mind that blossoms with peace, wisdom, and joy. 6. The heart of compassion. Train your mind to love without limits. One of the most powerful ways to reprogram your mind to see the good in life is to train it in compassion. Buddhism teaches that compassion, what we call karuna, is not just a feeling of pity or sympathy. It is a deep recognition of our shared humanity, the understanding that all beings seek happiness and wish to be free from suffering, just like you. When you live with compassion, your mind begins to soften, your heart begins to open, and your entire perspective on life shifts. Instead of seeing problems and enemies everywhere, you begin to see people, situations, and even challenges with eyes of understanding and love. But compassion is not something that appears out of nowhere. It is like a muscle. It grows stronger with practice. The Buddha gave us a profound practice for this called metta bhavana, or loving-kindness meditation. It is a simple but life-transforming exercise. You sit quietly and silently repeat phrases of goodwill, beginning with yourself. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. Once you have planted this seed within yourself, you extend it outward to your loved ones. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you live with ease. Then to strangers, and eventually even to those who have hurt you. Finally, you extend it to all beings without limit. May all beings everywhere be happy, healthy, and free from suffering. At first, this may feel difficult. Your mind might resist. Perhaps you carry anger, resentment, or fear towards certain people. But here is the truth. When you refuse to let compassion grow, it is not others who suffer most, it is you. Carrying hatred or resentment is like holding on to burning coals, hoping they will hurt someone else. Compassion, on the other hand, releases that coal. It frees you. It reprograms your mind to look beyond judgment and to see the humanity in others. Think of a time when someone hurt you. The natural reaction of the untrained mind is to hold on to that wound, to replay it, to let it become a lens through which you see that person. But when you practice compassion, you begin to ask, what pain might they be carrying that made them act this way? what fear or ignorance might have shaped their behavior. This doesn't excuse harm, but it helps you understand it. And understanding is the soil in which forgiveness and peace can grow. Compassion also changes the way you see yourself. Many people carry heavy chains of self-criticism. They speak to themselves in ways they would never speak to a friend. I'm not good enough. I always fail. I don't deserve love. These are deep wounds, and without healing them, it is difficult to offer genuine compassion to others. This is why Buddhist practice begins with sending loving kindness to yourself. Because when your own heart is nourished, it naturally overflows to others. By repeating to yourself, "May I be happy, may I be free from suffering," you slowly reprogram your mind to see yourself not as an enemy but as a friend. And when you become your own friend, the entire world begins to look friendlier. Science now confirms what Buddhism has long taught. Compassion changes the brain. Studies on loving-kindness meditation show that it activates parts of the brain connected to empathy and emotional regulation. Practitioners not only feel calmer and happier, but also respond to stress with more resilience. This means that compassion is not just a spiritual idea, it is a practical tool for reshaping your mind and your life. Think of how compassion changes daily life. A driver cuts you off on the road. Instead of immediately reacting with anger, you pause and think, perhaps they are rushing to the hospital, or perhaps they too are struggling with stress. Compassion stops you from poisoning your own mind with rage. Or imagine a co-worker being rude. Instead of labeling them as a bad person, you remind yourself, this is a human being, just like me, carrying burdens I cannot see. Compassion doesn't mean allowing harm or staying silent in the face of injustice. It means responding without hatred, with wisdom and care. Compassion also deepens your connection with the world. When you walk through life with a compassionate lens, the suffering of others is no longer invisible to you. You notice the old man struggling to carry his groceries, the child who looks lonely at school, the stranger whose eyes carry unspoken sadness, and instead of turning away, your heart moves toward them. Even a small act, a smile, a kind word, a helping hand becomes an offering of compassion. And here is the miracle. When you give compassion, you also receive it. Helping others heals you. Lifting someone else's spirit lifts your own. In Buddhism, there is also the teaching of mudita, or sympathetic joy. This is the ability to feel genuine happiness for the success and joy of others, rather than envy or comparison. When someone else thrives, instead of thinking, "Why not me?" you think, "How wonderful that they are happy." This too is compassion, a compassion that extends not only to suffering but also to joy. When you cultivate this, jealousy and bitterness lose their power over you. You begin to see goodness everywhere, even in the happiness of others. Compassion reprograms your mind in a radical way. The untrained mind sees the world as full of enemies and obstacles. The compassionate mind sees the world as full of fellow travelers, each carrying their own burdens, each seeking their own happiness. This shift changes everything. Suddenly, life feels less hostile. You are less reactive, less defensive, less consumed by judgment. Instead, you walk with softness, with patience, with peace. But compassion must be practiced daily, like watering a plant. The more you practice, the stronger it grows. Begin small. Offer loving kindness to yourself each morning. Speak gently to yourself when you make mistakes. Offer silent blessings to people you meet throughout the day. When someone tests your patience, pause and remember they too are human. Slowly, compassion becomes not something you do, but something you are. It becomes your natural state. And here is the deepest truth. Compassion is limitless. The heart has no boundary, except the ones the mind creates. When you remove those boundaries, your compassion can extend to all beings, to people, to animals, to nature, to the entire universe. You begin to live with what Buddhists call the boundless heart. And when you live this way, your mind is always tuned to see the good. Because compassion does not look for flaws, it looks for humanity. It does not focus on the darkness, it looks for the light, and what you look for, you find. When you train your mind in compassion, you transform the way you experience the world. Instead of living in suspicion, fear, and judgment, you live in understanding, patience, and love. Compassion dissolves barriers, heals wounds, and creates a mind that naturally seeks goodness. And when your mind is filled with compassion, life itself begins to feel more beautiful, more meaningful, and more free. 7. See the light everywhere. Become what you choose to focus on. The Buddha once said, "What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create." These words hold a truth so profound that if you truly lived by them, your entire existence would change. The reality you experience every day is not simply the world out there. It is the world filtered through the lens of your own mind. And the lens you choose to use, whether it is colored by fear, anger, hope, or love, determines what you see and, ultimately, who you become. Think of two people walking down the same street on the same day. One sees only noise, dirt, and irritation. The other notices a child laughing, a tree swaying in the wind, the kindness of a stranger holding a door. The world is the same, but their experiences are completely different. Why? Because perception is reality. What you focus on grows larger, and what you ignore fades into the background. Your mind is not a passive camera recording life. It is an active painter, coloring everything with the brush of your attention. Most people go through life unaware of this truth. They let their focus drift automatically toward the negative. They scroll through news feeds full of fear, watch entertainment drenched in violence, dwell on the flaws of others, and replay their own mistakes over and over. And then they wonder why life feels heavy, why hope is dim, why joy feels rare. They do not realize that the darkness they see is not just in the world, it is in the lens they are using. But the mind can be trained. You can reprogram it to seek light instead of darkness, beauty instead of ugliness, opportunity instead of despair. This does not mean denying pain or pretending the world is perfect. Buddhism never asks us to live in illusion. Instead, it invites us to balance, to acknowledge suffering, but also to notice joy, to see imperfection, but also to see potential. Life is always both shadow and light. Where you focus determines the quality of your journey. Consider how the sun rises every day. Even if clouds cover the sky, even if storms rage, the sun is always there, shining above. The same is true of goodness in life. There will always be cruelty, loss, and struggle, but there will also always be kindness, growth, and beauty. If you train your mind to look for the sunlight, you will find it even in the darkest storm, and the more you focus on the light, the more warmth it brings into your life. Seeing the light everywhere begins with small choices. When someone criticizes you, you can choose to focus on the insult, or you can focus on the fact that their words are a reflection of their pain, not your worth. When a plan fails, you can focus on the disappointment, or you can focus on the lessons gained and the resilience you discovered. When life feels unfair, you can focus on what you lost, or you can focus on what still remains. These small shifts in focus, repeated daily, reshape the entire structure of your mind. Science now supports what the Buddha taught centuries ago. Neuroscientists talk about neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself based on repeated thoughts and experiences. If you constantly focus on fear and negativity, your brain strengthens those neural pathways, making negativity your default. But if you train yourself to focus on gratitude, kindness, and possibility, your brain rewires itself to seek these naturally. In other words, your mind becomes what you feed it. The more you choose to see the good, the more natural it becomes to see it everywhere. This practice of focusing on the good also transforms relationships. Many conflicts in life come from focusing on flaws, what your partner didn't do, what your friend said wrong, what your family lacks. But if you choose to see the light in others, their intentions, their efforts, their humanity, love grows stronger. Instead of feeding resentment, you feed understanding. Instead of focusing on what divides you, you notice what unites you. This shift not only brings peace to your heart, but also radiates peace to those around you. And here lies another truth. What you focus on in others, you also awaken in yourself. If you constantly look for faults in people, you train your mind to be critical and harsh. If you look for goodness in people, you train your mind to be compassionate and kind. In this way, seeing the light is not just about perception, it is about transformation. By choosing to see goodness, you become goodness. By choosing to see peace, you become peace. The practice of seeing the light also extends beyond people to the natural world. When you walk outside, do you rush past trees and skies, lost in thought? Or do you pause to notice the miracle of life around you, the way a flower blooms silently, the way clouds drift endlessly, the way the wind carries the fragrance of earth after rain? These are not small things. They are constant reminders that beauty surrounds you, waiting for your attention. By noticing them, you align your mind with wonder, humility, and joy. But what about moments of deep suffering, when light feels impossible to see? This is where the Buddhist teaching of impermanence becomes essential. Just as night always turns into day, pain will also pass. Even in sorrow, there are sparks of light a friend's embrace, the strength of your own breath, the lesson hidden in the loss. Sometimes the light is faint, like a candle in the dark. But even a candle can guide you forward. Seeing the light everywhere does not mean denying darkness. It means refusing to let darkness be the whole story. One powerful way to train your mind in this is through reflection. Each evening, ask yourself, what good did I see today? Maybe it was a smile, a laugh, a small success, or simply the fact that you made it through another day. Write it down, hold it in your heart, and let it remind you that no matter how difficult life may be, there is always something worth noticing. Over time, this practice becomes second nature. Your mind begins to scan for goodness automatically, like a compass pointing toward peace. Seeing the light everywhere is also about choice in the present moment. The Buddha often emphasized the power of mindfulness, being fully aware of here and now. When you are mindful, you notice details you would otherwise miss. The taste of food, the sound of rain, the touch of the wind, all become rich with meaning. This simple awareness turns ordinary life into a treasure. It reveals that the light is not hidden, it is always here, waiting for you to look. And remember, you are not just the one who sees light, you can also be the light for others. When you choose kindness, when you speak gently, when you extend compassion, you become a source of goodness in someone else's story. Sometimes your smile may be the only light someone sees that day. Sometimes your patience may be the gift that eases another's burden. The light you choose to see is the same light you begin to share, and the more you share it, the brighter the world becomes. Ultimately, this lesson is about responsibility. You cannot always control what happens in life, but you can always control where you place your focus. If you dwell in bitterness, you become bitter. If you dwell in gratitude, you become grateful. If you dwell in fear, you become fearful. If you dwell in love, you become love itself. This is the law of the mind. You become what you see. So, train yourself daily to see the light. When you wake in the morning, notice the gift of breath. When you encounter a challenge, look for the lesson. When you meet someone, search for their humanity before their flaws. When you walk in the world, let your eyes rest on beauty instead of ugliness. These small choices, repeated over time, will shape you into someone who not only sees the good, but radiates it. And when you live this way, life itself transforms. The world may still carry suffering, but your mind will no longer be a prisoner of it. You will walk with peace in your heart, clarity in your mind, and compassion in your actions. You will see the light everywhere, not because the world has changed, but because you have, and in seeing it, you will become it. 8. Train your inner vision. The world reflects the mind you carry. There is a saying in Buddhism, we do not see things as they are, we see them as we are. This truth is often overlooked, yet it is one of the most powerful insights you can ever discover. The world you experience every day is not simply an external reality, it is a mirror of your inner state. If your mind is restless, the world will appear chaotic. If your heart is heavy, the world will seem cruel. But if your mind is calm, the world feels peaceful. If your heart is open, the world shines with kindness. To reprogram your mind to see the good in life, you must learn to train your inner vision, because what you carry inside shapes everything you see outside. Think of a pair of glasses. If the lenses are smudged, cracked, or darkened, the entire world will appear distorted. But the distortion is not in the world, it is in the lens. The mind works the same way. Anger, fear, envy, and resentment are like stains on the lens of your perception. They blur your vision, causing you to see negativity everywhere. On the other hand, compassion, gratitude, and mindfulness polish the lens, allowing you to see with clarity and balance. When your vision is clean, you notice beauty in places you once overlooked. You see opportunities in challenges, blessings in difficulties, humanity in strangers, and light even in the shadows. Training your inner vision begins with self-awareness. Ask yourself, what lens am I wearing right now? If you notice yourself interpreting every event in the worst possible way, if you find yourself always expecting harm or disappointment, that is not the world speaking, it is your mind coloring the experience. Awareness allows you to catch yourself in these moments and gently shift the lens. For example, instead of thinking, "This setback proves I am a failure," you can shift to, "This setback is showing me a new path." Instead of thinking, "People cannot be trusted," you can shift to, "Some people struggle with their own pain, but kindness still exists." This shift in vision changes everything, because the mind shapes the meaning of what you see. Consider two travelers caught in a storm. One curses the rain, sees only misery, and remembers the trip as ruined. The other marvels at the power of nature, feels refreshed by the water, and remembers the same day as magical. The storm was the same, the inner vision was different, and that difference created two completely different realities. This is the power of perception. The storm outside is far less important than the storm or the peace inside. In Buddhist practice, meditation is a way to polish this inner vision. When you sit in stillness, observing your breath and your thoughts, you slowly learn that your mind is like a sky, vast, open, unbroken. Thoughts and emotions are like clouds, they come and go, sometimes dark, sometimes light. But the sky itself is always clear. When you realize this, you no longer get trapped in every passing cloud. You see them for what they are, temporary. This vision frees you from over-identifying with negativity. You begin to say, "This thought is not me, it is just a passing cloud." In that moment, you choose clarity over distortion. Another part of training inner vision is cultivating equanimity, learning to see life with balance instead of extremes. The untrained mind is easily shaken. When something good happens, it clings desperately. This must last forever. When something bad happens, it despairs. This will never end. But equanimity is the wisdom of remembering that everything changes. Joy is beautiful but temporary. Pain is difficult but temporary. Both are passing waves in the ocean of life. When you hold this vision, you see the world with steadiness. You are not blinded by attachment to pleasure, nor crushed by aversion to pain. Instead, you walk the middle path, calm, balanced, free. Training your inner vision also means looking beyond the surface. Most of the time, we see only appearances, someone's harsh words, someone's mistakes, someone's flaws, and we judge them quickly. But beneath every action is a story. Beneath every person is a heart. If you train yourself to look deeper, you begin to see not just what people do, but why they do it. You notice their suffering, their fears, their longing for happiness. This deeper vision awakens compassion. You stop labeling others as bad or good and begin to see them as fellow humans walking through their own struggles. This shift in vision heals relationships, softens anger, and creates peace where before there was conflict. There is also a profound truth in Buddhism. The outer world reflects the inner world. If your mind is clouded with anger, you will see anger everywhere. If your mind is filled with gratitude, you will see blessings everywhere. This is why spiritual practice emphasizes inner work first. People spend their lives trying to change the external world, more money, better job, new possessions, believing these will bring lasting happiness. But unless the inner vision is trained, even the most beautiful surroundings will feel empty. Conversely, if the inner vision is clear, even the simplest life can feel full of abundance. The richest wealth is not in possessions, it is in perception. To train this vision, practice shifting focus intentionally. Each day, choose to notice one small thing that is beautiful. The laughter of a child, the way sunlight falls through a window, the fragrance of tea. These are simple, yet when you truly see them, they awaken joy. Over time, your mind begins to naturally scan for beauty instead of ugliness. You also begin to notice the goodness in people, the patience of a teacher, the dedication of a worker, the love in a parent's eyes. By training yourself to look for these things, you are programming your mind to see the good by default. Another powerful practice is reflection. Each night, ask yourself, what did I see today that was good? What kindness did I notice? What beauty did I witness? Write it down, even if it is small. This anchors your mind to light, and slowly you realize that goodness was always present. You simply needed to train your eyes to see it. The final piece of training your inner vision is realizing that you, too, are part of the world you see. When you fill your mind with love, kindness, and peace, you are not only shaping your own perception, you are also shaping what others see. You become a light in their world. When you smile at a stranger, when you speak gently, when you extend patience, you shift their perception too. In this way, training your inner vision is not a selfish act. It is a contribution to the collective vision of humanity. If more people chose to see the good, the world itself would transform. So remember this, life is always offering you both light and shadow. You cannot control every event, but you can control the lens through which you see it. Train your inner vision. Polish it with mindfulness, balance it with equanimity, soften it with compassion, and uplift it with gratitude. When you do, the world you see becomes brighter, not because the world has changed, but because you have changed. And in the end, this is the great teaching. You are not just a passive observer of reality, you are a creator of it. The vision you carry within shapes the life you live. Train your vision to see the light, and everywhere you go, light will follow. 9. Master the present moment. where true peace and joy reside. There is a powerful teaching in Buddhism: do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment. The mind, left untrained, wanders endlessly. It drifts into memories of what has been, often colored with regret, guilt, or nostalgia. Or it leaps into the future, filled with worry, anxiety, or endless planning. Rarely does it rest in the only place where life truly exists, the present moment. And because of this, many people live everywhere except in the now. They carry the weight of yesterday on their shoulders and the fear of tomorrow in their hearts, all while missing the beauty that is happening right in front of them. The present moment is not just a slice of time, it is life itself. The breath you are taking right now, the ground beneath your feet, the sound of the world around you, this is reality. The past is gone, existing only in memory. The future has not yet arrived, existing only in imagination. The present moment is the only place where you can act, the only place where you can choose peace, and the only place where joy can be truly experienced. To reprogram your mind to always see the good, you must learn to master the present moment, for it is here that goodness lives. Imagine sitting down to eat a meal. The food is fresh, nourishing, and full of flavor. Yet your mind is elsewhere, thinking about an argument you had yesterday, or worrying about the work you must finish tomorrow. You eat, but you do not taste. You are alive, but you are not present. Now imagine instead eating the same meal with full awareness, savoring each bite, feeling gratitude for the hands that prepared it, noticing the miracle of nourishment entering your body. The same meal becomes an entirely different experience. The difference is not in the food, but in your presence. This is the essence of mindfulness, living fully in the now. When you are mindful, you begin to see the richness of life in ordinary things. The sound of rain on the window, the laughter of a child, the rhythm of your own breath, all of these become treasures when you give them your full attention. And when you live in this way, the mind naturally shifts toward the good, because the present moment is rarely as painful as the stories the mind tells about the past or the fears it invents about the future. But mastering the present moment is not easy. The mind is restless by nature. It clings to the past, replaying old mistakes, holding grudges, or reliving moments of joy long gone. It fears the future, imagining worst-case scenarios, building castles of expectation or towers of dread. This constant wandering is what Buddhists call the monkey mind, jumping from branch to branch, never resting. To tame it, you must gently but consistently bring it back to the present, again and again, like training a child to walk a straight path. One way to do this is through conscious breathing. The breath is always in the present. It cannot exist in the past or future. By focusing on each inhalation and exhalation, you anchor your mind to the now. Whenever you notice your thoughts drifting, return to the breath. Slowly, your mind learns to settle, to find calmness in presence. This simple practice, repeated daily, rewires your brain to dwell more naturally in the here and now. Another practice is mindful observation. Choose something small, a flower, a cup of tea, the sky at dusk, and give it your full attention. Notice its colors, its texture, its fragrance, its uniqueness. By focusing deeply on one thing, you train your mind to stay present. Over time, this ability extends to everything you do. Walking, listening, working, even speaking. Life itself becomes a meditation, a series of moments fully lived. When you live in the present, suffering loses much of its grip. Think about it. Most of your suffering is not from what is happening right now, but from what your mind adds to it. You feel anxious not because of the current moment, but because of what you fear may come. You feel sad not because of what is happening now, but because of what you have lost. But if you pause, take a breath, and ask yourself, In this exact moment, am I okay? The answer is often yes. Right now, in this breath, you are alive. You are safe. You are here. That realization brings peace. Mastering the present also transforms relationships. How often do we listen to others while our minds are elsewhere, judging, planning our reply, or thinking about something unrelated? But when you give someone your full presence, you give them a gift rarer than gold. To truly listen without distraction, to look into another's eyes and be fully there, this creates connection, trust, and love. Presence is the greatest form of respect you can offer, both to yourself and to others. Buddhism also teaches that living in the present helps you let go of attachment. When you cling to the past, you resist impermanence. When you chase the future, you resist uncertainty. But when you rest in the now, you accept things as they are. You see clearly that everything arises and passes away, moment by moment. This acceptance is freedom. It frees you from the chains of regret and the prison of worry. It allows you to live lightly, flowing with life instead of fighting against it. There is another gift hidden in the present moment: joy. Not the fleeting joy of external pleasure, but a deep, abiding joy that arises simply from being alive. When you are present, you notice the miracle of existence itself. You realize that every breath is a gift, every heartbeat a wonder, every sunrise a blessing. This joy does not depend on circumstances, it depends only on awareness. And once you touch it, you realize that happiness was never far away. It was always here, waiting in the present. To master the present moment is to become free. Free from the chains of yesterday, free from the fear of tomorrow, free to live fully and deeply right now. And when you live this way, the world itself begins to look different. Problems feel smaller, gratitude feels larger. You notice the good that was always around you but hidden behind the fog of distraction. So train your mind to return again and again to the now. Use your breath as an anchor, your senses as guides, your awareness as the lamp. Each time you drift, return gently. Each time you forget, begin again. Do not worry about perfection. Even a single moment of presence is a victory. Over time, those moments grow into minutes, minutes into hours, hours into a way of life. And then, something extraordinary happens. You realize that the present moment is not just a place of refuge. It is the only true home you have ever had. When you dwell fully in it, peace becomes natural, joy becomes abundant, and goodness becomes easy to see. Life is no longer something you are waiting to start. It is happening right now, in this breath, in this step, in this very moment. 10. Awaken the silent power within, becoming the master of your own mind. In all the teachings of the Buddha, one truth echoes above the rest. The mind is both the root of suffering and the key to liberation. He said, "The mind is everything. What you think, you become." These words are not just philosophy, they are a map to freedom. Every thought you entertain, every belief you hold, every focus you choose, shapes the reality you live in. The untrained mind is like a wild horse. It runs where it pleases, drags you through pain, and leaves you exhausted. But the trained mind is like a faithful companion. It carries you to peace, clarity, and liberation. To reprogram your mind to see the good, you must awaken the silent power within and become the master of your own mind. Most people live their lives as prisoners of thought. They wake up already pulled by worries about tomorrow, regrets about yesterday, judgments about themselves and others. Their minds whisper endlessly, "You are not good enough. You need more. You cannot rest. Something is missing." And because they never question these whispers, they believe them. They let their own thoughts become chains, dragging them through fear, jealousy, anger, and despair. But Buddhism teaches us that freedom begins when you recognize this truth. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that sees them. Imagine sitting on the bank of a river, watching leaves float by on the current. Each leaf is a thought, some bright and pleasant, others dark and heavy. Most people leap into the river, clinging to every leaf, letting themselves be swept away. But the trained mind learns to sit still, to watch the leaves drift past without clinging. The thoughts come, the thoughts go, but the awareness remains. When you realize this, you discover a power deeper than any thought, the power of presence. This realization is not small, it is the turning point of life. Because once you know you are not your thoughts, you can choose which ones to believe, which ones to let go, and which ones to nurture. You become the gardener of your mind, no longer at the mercy of weeds, but consciously cultivating seeds of peace, gratitude, and compassion. This is mastery, not control in the sense of force, but freedom in the sense of clarity. But how do we awaken this power? The first step is stillness. In the rush of modern life, stillness is rare, yet it is in stillness that the truth of the mind is revealed. When you sit quietly in meditation, when you focus on your breath, when you let silence embrace you, you begin to notice the constant chatter of thought. At first, it feels overwhelming, as if your mind is a noisy marketplace. But if you stay, if you breathe, you begin to see patterns. You notice how your mind clings to fears, how it repeats old stories, how it creates suffering where none exists. This awareness is the beginning of freedom. You cannot master what you cannot see. The second step is training. Just as a muscle strengthens with use, the mind strengthens with practice. Each time you notice a negative thought and choose not to follow it, you train your mind. Each time you replace complaint with gratitude, anger with compassion, fear with trust, you train your mind. These small choices accumulate, rewiring the pathways of your brain. Science calls this neuroplasticity, but Buddhism has taught it for centuries. What you repeat, you become. If you water weeds, weeds grow. If you water flowers, flowers bloom. The third step is compassion toward yourself. Many people, when they begin to observe their minds, feel discouraged. They see how restless, judgmental, or fearful their thoughts are and think, I will never master this. But mastery is not perfection. Even the Buddha himself described the mind as wild. The goal is not to silence every thought, but to see clearly, to choose wisely, and to return again and again to peace. Be gentle with yourself. Each time you catch your mind wandering, celebrate it not as failure, but as progress. You noticed. You became aware. That is mastery in motion. As you strengthen this practice, something extraordinary begins to happen. Your entire experience of life changes. Situations that once triggered anger no longer disturb you. Words that once wounded you lose their power. Challenges that once seemed unbearable become opportunities for growth. You begin to live with a calmness that others notice but cannot explain. You become unshaken not because life has become easier, but because your mind has become stronger. This mastery also awakens a deeper joy. The untrained mind always seeks happiness outside in possessions, achievements, or approval, but the trained mind discovers happiness within, in presence, gratitude, and compassion. This joy is not dependent on circumstances. It is not shaken by loss, not dimmed by failure, not stolen by criticism. It flows naturally from a mind at peace with itself. And once you taste it, you realize that this was the happiness you were searching for all along. There is another dimension to mastering the mind, seeing reality as it is, not as your thoughts paint it. The Buddha called this vipassana, or insight. Most of the suffering we experience is not from reality itself, but from the stories we tell about reality. A person does not call you back, and the mind spins. They do not care about me. I am unworthy. You fail at something once, and the mind declares, I will never succeed. I am hopeless. These are not truths, they are stories. The trained mind learns to question them, to see beyond them. You begin to ask, is this thought true? Is this story helpful? And often, you realize the answer is no. With that awareness, the story loses power, and you are free. This freedom extends even to suffering itself. Pain is inevitable in life, but suffering, the mental resistance, the clinging, the story is optional. When your mind is trained, you can experience pain without letting it consume you. You can acknowledge sadness without drowning in it. You can face challenges without collapsing under them. This is not coldness, it is clarity. It is the strength of one who sees life as it is and chooses peace anyway. And here lies the greatest secret. Mastering your mind is not just for yourself. When your mind is peaceful, your actions become peaceful. When your mind is compassionate, your words become compassionate. You become a source of light in the lives of others. People feel safe around you, uplifted by you, inspired by you. In this way, your inner mastery radiates outward, healing not only your world, but also the world of those you touch. Think of a candle. Alone, it shines softly, but when placed among others, it can light an entire room. Your trained mind is that candle. By mastering your own thoughts, you contribute to the collective light of humanity. This is why Buddhism says the greatest gift you can give the world is your own awakening. Because when you are free, you free others. When you are peaceful, you bring peace to others. When you see the good, you help others see it too. To awaken the silent power within, you do not need to move mountains. You need only begin with one breath, one choice, one moment of awareness. Each time you return to the present, each time you choose compassion over anger, each time you let go of fear and rest in trust, you are training your mind. Slowly, silently, your inner power grows. And one day, without realizing it, you look around and see that your life has changed. Not because the world is different, but because you are. So ask yourself, are you the prisoner of your mind or the master of it? Are you dragged by every thought, or are you the one who chooses which thoughts deserve attention? The difference is everything. For the one who masters the mind masters life itself. The Buddha taught, better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Let that word be the voice of your own mind. Train it, master it, awaken it. And when you do, you will discover that the silent power within you, the power of awareness, of presence, of compassion, is the greatest treasure you could ever hold. With it, you will always see the good, no matter where you are, no matter what life brings. Because when the mind is free, the whole world shines. Walk the path of stillness, discovering freedom beyond noise. In our modern world, noise has become the background music of life. Cars rushing on streets, devices buzzing with notifications, voices filling every corner of our minds, even our own thoughts racing like a storm that never ends. Most people live in this constant noise without realizing how much it consumes them. They wake up to alarms, rush through tasks, drown in endless chatter, and go to sleep with minds that refuse to rest. Silence has become rare, stillness almost forgotten. Yet Buddhism teaches that within stillness lies the deepest freedom a human being can ever experience. To reprogram your mind to see the good, to truly awaken your inner vision, you must learn to walk the path of stillness, to discover the sanctuary that exists beyond the noise. The Buddha often retreated into forests and quiet places, not to escape the world, but to see it more clearly. In silence, he discovered truths that noise hides. He saw impermanence, compassion, and liberation. He realized that peace is not something we find outside, in the perfect environment, but something we uncover within, when the dust of distraction settles and the mirror of the mind reflects clearly. To walk the path of stillness means learning to pause, to breathe, to listen deeply, and to rest in the quiet space that exists beneath every thought, beneath every sound, beneath every storm of the mind. Think of a lake on a windy day. The surface is disturbed, rippling wildly, reflecting nothing clearly. But when the wind stops, when stillness returns, the water becomes calm, and suddenly it mirrors the sky, the trees, the mountains with perfect clarity. Your mind is the same. In the noise of constant thought and distraction, reality is distorted. You see only fragments, blurred by restlessness and fear. But in stillness, the mind reflects truth as it is. You begin to see the goodness that was always present, but hidden behind the ripples of noise. But how do we enter stillness in a world that never stops moving? The first step is awareness of the noise itself. Most people don't realize how much noise they consume, hours of scrolling through endless feeds, background television, conversations that add no value, inner dialogues that repeat old wounds. Begin by noticing how much of your day is filled with noise. How often do you reach for your phone the moment silence appears? How often do you fill gaps with chatter because quiet feels uncomfortable? Awareness is the gate. Once you see the noise, you can choose differently. The second step is creating intentional pauses. Stillness does not require you to retreat to a mountain. It requires you to create moments of peace where you are. Begin small. Instead of checking your phone the moment you wake up, take 3 deep breaths and sit in silence. Instead of rushing to fill every break with distraction, let yourself simply be. Walk without headphones. Eat without a screen. Sit quietly in a room for 5 minutes, doing nothing but breathing. These small pauses are like drops of stillness that, over time, carve rivers of peace through the noise of your life. The third step is meditation. Meditation is the training ground of stillness. It is not about forcing the mind to be empty, but about learning to watch without being carried away. At first, the mind will resist. It will shout louder, flood you with thoughts, tempt you to quit. But if you persist, you discover something profound. Beneath the storm of thought, there is a sky of silence. Thoughts come and go, but awareness remains still, vast, unshaken. With practice, you begin to carry this stillness into daily life. Even in the busiest moments, a part of you rests quietly, like the calm depth of the ocean beneath crashing waves. Stillness also means learning to listen not just with your ears, but with your whole being. When you are still, you hear the subtle sounds of life. You usually ignore the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of your breath, the silence between words. You begin to listen to people differently too. Instead of rushing to reply, you give them your full attention. You hear not only their words, but also their emotions, their needs, their humanity. This kind of listening is rare, and it creates deep connections. It heals misunderstandings, softens conflicts, and builds trust. In stillness, you give others the gift of being truly seen. But perhaps the greatest gift of stillness is that it reveals your true self. Beneath the noise of thoughts, beneath the roles you play, beneath the endless striving, there is a core of peace that has always been with you. Buddhism calls it your Buddha nature, the potential for awakening that exists within every being. It is like the clear sky hidden behind clouds. The clouds may come and go, but the sky is never lost. When you walk the path of stillness, you touch this sky within yourself. You realize you are not just a bundle of worries, regrets, and desires. You are awareness itself, spacious, free, and whole. Stillness also transforms how you see the world. When your mind is noisy, you see problems everywhere. You react quickly, often with anger or fear. But when your mind is still, you see differently. You notice beauty in simple things, the way sunlight filters through a window, the way laughter fills a room, the way a stranger smiles. You respond to challenges with patience instead of panic, with compassion instead of judgment. Stillness allows you to see the light even in dark moments, because your mind is no longer clouded by noise. This does not mean life will stop testing you. There will still be difficulties, losses, and chaos around you, but stillness gives you a refuge within those storms. Imagine a hurricane. On the surface, winds rage, trees break, chaos rules. But at the very center of the storm lies the eye, calm, quiet, untouched. Stillness is the eye of your storm. No matter how fierce life becomes, you can return to that inner space and find peace. And from that peace, you act more wisely, more compassionately, more courageously. Stillness is not escape, it is empowerment. Some fear that being still means being passive, doing nothing, avoiding life. But in truth, stillness makes you more effective. When your mind is noisy, you waste energy on worry and reactivity. But when your mind is still, your actions are clear, purposeful, and strong. A still mind cuts through confusion like a sharp blade. It sees what matters, ignores what does not, and acts with wisdom. The greatest leaders, teachers, and healers throughout history were people who carried stillness within them. They acted not from impulse, but from clarity. So how do you deepen this stillness? Begin with practice, but also with trust. Trust that silence is not empty. It is full of wisdom, full of presence, full of life itself. The next time you feel restless, instead of running from silence, sit with it, let it speak. At first, it may feel uncomfortable, even frightening, because silence reveals truths, the noise hides. But if you stay, you will discover that within silence there is peace, and within peace there is freedom. To walk the path of stillness is to live differently. It is to live with intention instead of impulse, with clarity instead of confusion, with peace instead of chaos. It is to carry within you a quiet strength that no noise can disturb. And when you live this way, the world itself feels different. The same situations arise, but you meet them from a place of calm. The same challenges appear, but you face them with wisdom. The same people cross your path, but you respond with compassion. Ultimately, stillness is not something you practice only in meditation. It is a way of being. You can be still in the middle of work, still in the middle of conversation, still even in the middle of struggle. Stillness is the awareness that watches, the presence that rests, the peace that is always here. The more you connect with it, the more natural it becomes. And one day, you realize you are no longer searching for peace, you are living it. This is the gift of stillness. It shows you that peace was never something to find outside. It was always within you, waiting beneath the noise. And when you live from this stillness, you not only free yourself, but you also bring peace to everyone around you. Because the presence of a still mind is like a calm lake. It reflects truth. It soothes hearts. It inspires others to find their own calm. So walk this path daily. Pause, breathe, listen, rest. Let silence heal you, guide you, transform you. In stillness, you will see the good more clearly, love more deeply, and live more fully. And in stillness, you will awaken to the freedom that was always yours, the freedom of a mind no longer ruled by noise, but resting in its true nature, vast, peaceful, and free. Embrace impermanence, finding freedom in the flow of life. One of the most profound teachings of Buddhism, and perhaps one of the hardest for the human heart to accept, is the truth of impermanence. The Buddha taught, all conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. At first glance, these words may seem unsettling. If everything is impermanent, then nothing lasts, neither joy nor sorrow, neither love nor loss, neither wealth nor poverty. But hidden within this truth is a liberation so powerful that once you understand it deeply, it will forever change the way you see life. Impermanence means that everything in life is in a state of constant change. Nothing remains fixed, not even for a moment. The seasons shift, rivers flow, clouds pass, flowers bloom and wither, children grow old, and even mountains, which seem eternal, slowly erode. The body changes daily, the mind shifts with every thought, and the world around us is in constant motion. To resist this flow is to resist reality itself, and resistance to reality is the root of suffering. But when you embrace impermanence, you free yourself. You learn to live not in clinging or fear, but in acceptance, appreciation, and peace. Think about the times you've suffered most. Wasn't much of that suffering caused by wanting things to stay the same? You wanted a relationship to last forever, but it ended. You wanted youth to remain, but time carried it away. You wanted happiness to never fade, but it shifted, as all emotions do. The mind cries, "Stay, do not change." But life whispers, "Everything changes." The more you cling, the more you suffer. Yet if you release the grip and accept impermanence, you discover that change itself is not your enemy. It is the very rhythm of life. Impermanence is not just loss, it is also possibility. Because things change, suffering does not last forever. Because things change, mistakes can be corrected. Because things change, growth is possible. The darkest night gives way to dawn. The deepest wound can heal. The hardest season eventually passes. Impermanence is the reason that pain is not permanent, and joy can always return. Without change, there would be no transformation, no progress, no rebirth. What seems like an ending may simply be the beginning of something new. Consider a tree in autumn. Its leaves fall, and from the outside, it looks bare, lifeless. But within, hidden from sight, the tree is preparing for spring. The loss of leaves is not death, it is part of renewal. Life is the same. What seems like endings are often transitions, making way for new beginnings. When you understand this, you no longer despair at endings. You see them as part of the greater flow, as necessary steps in the cycle of life. Embracing impermanence also deepens gratitude. When you realize that nothing lasts forever, you begin to cherish what you have while it is here. You savor the warmth of a cup of tea, knowing it will cool. You treasure a conversation with a loved one, knowing life is fragile. You appreciate your health, your opportunities, your breath, because you know they are not guaranteed tomorrow. Impermanence teaches you to stop postponing happiness, to stop waiting for a better time, and to live fully in the moment you have. Every smile, every sunrise, every heartbeat becomes precious when you see it against the backdrop of change. But impermanence also asks you to let go. Much of our suffering comes not from what has changed, but from refusing to release it. We hold on to old grudges, past relationships, outdated identities, even when they no longer serve us. We cling to memories, replaying them endlessly, trying to freeze them in time. Yet clinging to the past is like trying to hold water in your fist. The tighter you grip, the faster it slips away, leaving you exhausted and empty. Letting go does not mean forgetting or not caring. It means accepting that change has occurred and allowing yourself to move forward. It means releasing the rope that burns your hands, not because you didn't love what was at the other end, but because you love yourself enough to stop the pain. Impermanence also invites us to release fear of the future. So much anxiety comes from trying to control what has not yet happened, from wanting guarantees in a world that offers none. But when you embrace impermanence, you realize that just as things change, new possibilities always emerge. The future is not fixed, it is open. Worrying cannot stop change, but openness allows you to meet it with courage. When you accept impermanence, you begin to trust life. You realize you don't need to know every outcome, you only need to be present, to flow with what arises, and to adapt with wisdom. In relationships, impermanence teaches love without attachment. We often love with clinging. We want the other person to stay exactly as they are, to never leave, to never change. But love mixed with attachment always carries fear, the fear of loss. True love, guided by awareness of impermanence, is different. It says, "I love you now, in this moment, as you are. I will not cling to you, nor demand that you stay unchanged. I will cherish this connection while it exists, and if it changes, I will honor that too." This kind of love is free, unconditional, and filled with peace. Even with our own lives, impermanence is a teacher. One day, this body will return to the earth, as all bodies do. This truth is not meant to frighten but to awaken. When you truly accept that your time is limited, you stop wasting it on meaningless pursuits. You stop delaying what matters most: kindness, growth, peace, love. You realize that what gives life meaning is not how long it lasts, but how deeply it is lived. Impermanence is not a curse. It is what makes every moment sacred. If life were endless, we would take it for granted. Because it is finite, it becomes precious. Meditation on impermanence is a powerful practice in Buddhism. Monks often contemplate the changing body, the aging face, the passing of seasons, the rising and falling of each breath. This is not done to create sadness, but to cultivate clarity. When you see that everything is temporary, you stop clinging so desperately. You begin to live lightly, carrying life like an open palm instead of a closed fist. You walk through the world with humility, knowing that nothing belongs to you forever. Not possessions, not titles, not even your own body. And in that humility, you find freedom. Impermanence also teaches resilience. When you know that change is the law of life, you stop fearing it. You realize that no matter how difficult the present is, it will shift. And no matter how comfortable the present is, it too will shift. This understanding gives you strength. You no longer collapse in despair when difficulties arise, because you know they will pass. You no longer cling desperately when things are good, because you know they too will pass. Instead, you remain steady, balanced, like a mountain watching clouds drift by. And here lies the great paradox. By embracing impermanence, you actually find stability. Because while everything changes, the truth of change itself does not. Impermanence is the one constant. When you stop resisting it, you align with the rhythm of life. You stop fighting the river and learn to flow with it. This alignment brings peace, because you are no longer demanding the impossible that life stay the same. Instead, you move with life as it is, and in that movement, you find harmony. So how do you live this teaching daily? Begin with awareness. Notice change in small things, the way the sky shifts colors, the way your emotions rise and fall, the way a single breath begins and ends. Reflect on impermanence not as a threat, but as a reminder to cherish, to release, to trust. When something joyful happens, savor it fully, knowing it will pass. When something painful happens, endure it patiently, knowing it too will pass. With each experience, remind yourself, this is temporary. Let me meet it with awareness, not clinging. Over time, this awareness becomes natural. You begin to live more lightly, more freely, more gratefully. You stop chasing permanence in a world that cannot offer it, and instead, you discover peace in flowing with life's natural rhythm. You see the good more easily, because you are no longer blinded by fear of loss or desperate clinging. You appreciate what you have, forgive what has passed, and open your heart to what is to come. Impermanence is not something to fear, it is something to embrace. It is the teacher that reminds you to cherish life, the healer that reminds you that pain will pass, the guide that reminds you that growth is always possible. When you truly accept it, you are no longer a prisoner of change, you are free to dance with it. You live each day with gratitude, each moment with presence, and each change with trust. And in that dance, you discover the deepest truth. Everything changes, but peace is always possible. Detach from illusion, seeing reality as it truly is. One of the greatest obstacles on the path to peace is illusion, the false stories the mind creates about ourselves, others, and the world. The Buddha taught that suffering arises because we do not see reality clearly. We cling to appearances, chase after illusions, and mistake temporary things for permanent truths. Like a person lost in a desert, we run toward mirages, believing they will quench our thirst, only to end up exhausted, disappointed, and empty-handed. To reprogram your mind to see the good in life, you must learn to detach from illusion and awaken to reality as it truly is. Illusion comes in many forms. Sometimes it is the illusion of permanence, the belief that things will last forever, that youth will not fade, that relationships will never change, that success will always remain. But life is impermanent, as we explored in the last lesson. When we mistake the temporary for eternal, we suffer. Other times, illusion takes the form of identity we believe. I am this body, I am this job, I am this role, I am this story. We cling to labels and masks, forgetting that we are far more than any role we play. At other times, illusion appears as distorted perception. We see only what our desires or fears allow us to see. We mistake pleasure for happiness, possession for security, appearance for worth. The Buddha compared this to mistaking a rope for a snake in the dark. The rope is harmless, but in your mind, it becomes dangerous. You panic, you suffer, not because of reality, but because of illusion. In the same way, most of our suffering is not caused by life itself, but by the illusions we project onto it. Detaching from illusion does not mean denying life, it means learning to see clearly, with eyes unclouded by desire, fear, or ignorance. Let us begin with the illusion of self. The Buddha taught the doctrine of anatta, or non-self. At first, this can feel unsettling. We ask, if there is no self, then who am I? But look closely. The body you call me is constantly changing cells, dying and renewing, features aging, health shifting. The mind you call me is also in constant motion, thoughts arising and passing, moods shifting, beliefs evolving. What you were 5 years ago is not who you are today, and who you are today is not who you will be tomorrow. The self is not a fixed thing, it is a process, a flow, like a flame that appears solid but is constantly burning anew. When you cling to a rigid sense of self, you suffer. You cling to youth and despair when it fades. You cling to status and despair when it changes. You cling to identity and despair when it is threatened. But when you see that the self is impermanent, you no longer fear change, you flow with it. You realize you are not the mask, not the story, not the label. You are the awareness in which all of these rise and fall. This realization frees you. It allows you to live more lightly, more flexibly, more peacefully. Another illusion is the belief that possessions bring lasting happiness. The mind whispers, if I have more money, more comfort, more recognition, then I will be content. And so we chase endlessly new clothes, new gadgets, new titles, new relationships. For a moment, we feel joy. But soon, the joy fades, and the hunger returns, louder than before. This cycle is what Buddhism calls tanha craving. It is like drinking salt water to quench thirst. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. True happiness cannot be found in possessions, because possessions are impermanent, and impermanent things cannot create lasting peace. The illusion also appears in relationships. We project fantasies onto others. This person will complete me. They will never leave. They will always make me happy. But people are human, they change, they falter. They cannot be everything we imagine. When reality does not match the illusion, we feel betrayed, though in truth, it was our own projection that misled us. Detaching from this illusion does not mean not loving it, means loving wisely. It means seeing others as they are, not as the mind wishes them to be. It means cherishing them without clinging, loving without demanding permanence. The illusion even appears in suffering. We tell ourselves stories. This pain will never end. This failure defines me. This mistake means I am worthless. But look deeper. These are not truths. They are thoughts. The reality is always simpler. Pain is a sensation. Failure is an event. Mistakes are lessons. It is the illusion, the story you weave around them, that magnifies the suffering. By seeing clearly, you separate reality from the illusion built around it, and suffering begins to dissolve. So how do we detach from illusion and see reality as it is? The first step is mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of observing without judgment, of noticing the difference between what is happening and the story the mind tells about it. For example, you feel sadness. The reality is a heaviness in the chest, tears in the eyes, a quiet mood. The illusion is the story. I will always be sad. Something is wrong with me. Life is hopeless. By practicing mindfulness, you notice the sadness without getting lost in the story. You see the rope as a rope, not a snake. The second step is wisdom, cultivated through reflection and study. The Buddha encouraged questioning. Do not accept beliefs blindly, but examine them. Ask yourself, is this thought true? Does it lead to peace or suffering? Does it reflect reality, or is it colored by fear and desire? With practice, you begin to see through illusions. You realize that much of what the mind clings to is like mist. It looks solid from afar, but disappears when examined closely. The third step is letting go. Once you see an illusion, you must be willing to release it. This is difficult because illusions often feel comforting. They promise security, even if false. Letting them go requires courage, the courage to face reality without filters. But in doing so, you free yourself. You no longer waste energy chasing mirages or fearing shadows. You live in truth, and truth, though sometimes stark, is always liberating. Detaching from illusion also reprograms your mind to see the good more easily. Illusions often focus on lack, what you don't have, what you've lost, what might go wrong. Reality, seen clearly, reveals abundance. You notice the breath sustaining you, the kindness of strangers, the beauty of nature, the resilience of your own heart. Illusion blinds you to these gifts. Reality reveals them. By stepping out of illusion, you step into gratitude. Even in meditation, you encounter illusions. Thoughts arise, images appear, emotions swell. Some are pleasant, some frightening, some distracting. But the practice is the same. Watch, notice, let go. Do not cling to the pleasant. Do not fear the unpleasant. Do not chase the distracting. See them all as illusions, clouds passing in the vast sky of awareness. The more you practice, the more your mind naturally sees through illusions in daily life. And here lies the deepest truth. When you detach from illusion, you do not lose, you gain. You gain clarity, because you see life as it is. You gain peace, because you stop fighting what cannot be controlled. You gain freedom because you are no longer trapped by false stories. You gain joy because you begin to notice the simple, real beauty of existence. Imagine waking from a dream. In the dream, you were lost, afraid, searching desperately. But when you wake, you realize none of it was real. You feel relief, clarity, freedom. Detaching from illusion is like waking from a dream, not escaping reality, but finally seeing it clearly. And reality, when seen without illusion, is always kinder, simpler, and more beautiful than the mind imagined. So, walk through life with open eyes. Question your thoughts. Release your clinging. Love without illusion. Live without masks. And when the mind tries to paint shadows, remind yourself, this is just a story. The truth is here, in this moment, as it is. To detach from illusion is not to withdraw from life. It is to engage with life more deeply, more honestly, more lovingly. You stop chasing what isn't real, and in doing so, you discover the profound goodness of what is real. And when you live this way, your mind becomes clear, your heart becomes light, and your life becomes a reflection of truth. This is the gift of seeing reality. It frees you to live in peace. Cultivate compassion. Expanding the heart to see the good in all beings. Compassion is the bridge between your inner awakening and the outer world. You may train your mind to see the good. You may develop stillness. You may embrace impermanence and detach from illusion. But without compassion, the journey remains incomplete. Compassion is the natural flowering of a heart that has tasted freedom, and it is also the most powerful way to reprogram your mind to see goodness everywhere. To cultivate compassion is to expand your heart beyond the narrow walls of self, beyond judgments, beyond divisions, until it embraces all beings equally. This expansion is not weakness, it is strength, because compassion allows you to see clearly while still choosing love. It dissolves anger, softens fear, and transforms the way you relate to the entire world. At its core, compassion is the deep wish to relieve the suffering of others, not out of pity or superiority, but out of recognition. You see yourself in the other, and the other in yourself. The Buddha taught that all beings desire happiness and seek to avoid suffering. When you realize this truth, walls begin to fall. The person who wronged you is also a being struggling with their pain. The stranger on the street is also a being yearning for love. Even the enemy you once despised is a being caught in ignorance and fear. When you look deeply enough, you see that suffering binds us all, and from that vision, compassion arises naturally. But for most of us, compassion does not come effortlessly. The mind is conditioned to divide, me versus you, friend versus enemy, worthy versus unworthy. We feel compassion for those we like, but not for those who hurt us. We extend kindness to people we know, but ignore the suffering of those far away. The challenge is to expand compassion until it breaks through these barriers. This expansion begins with awareness. Notice how your heart responds to different people. Who do you find easy to forgive, and who do you hold resentment against? Where does your compassion stop? The edge of your compassion is the edge of your growth. One powerful practice is loving kindness meditation, known as metta. In this meditation, you begin by directing compassion toward yourself, saying silently, "May I be safe, may I be healthy, may I be peaceful, may I live with ease." You repeat these phrases gently, planting seeds of kindness in your own heart. Then you expand outward. You direct the same wishes toward someone you love, then toward a neutral person, then toward someone you struggle with, and finally toward all beings everywhere. At first, it may feel difficult to send compassion to someone who hurt you, but with practice, the heart softens. You begin to realize that compassion is not condoning harm, it is freeing yourself from hatred. Hatred poisons the heart of the one who carries it, but compassion cleanses it. Compassion also transforms perception. When you look at others through the lens of judgment, you see only flaws. But when you look with compassion, you see humanity. Instead of thinking, that person is selfish, you think, that person must be hurting to act that way. Instead of, that person is lazy, you think, that person may be carrying burdens I cannot see. Compassion does not deny wrong actions, but it understands the causes behind them. It sees that people act from their conditioning, their wounds, their ignorance. This vision does not excuse harm, but it prevents the heart from being poisoned by hatred. It allows you to respond with clarity and firmness when needed, but without cruelty. Cultivating compassion also changes how you relate to yourself. Many people are harsh critics of themselves, endlessly judging, comparing, and punishing. Yet, if you cannot be compassionate toward yourself, it is difficult to truly be compassionate toward others. Begin by noticing your own suffering, the times you feel fear, loneliness, or failure, and respond with kindness instead of judgment. Say to yourself, I am human, I make mistakes, may I forgive myself, may I learn, may I grow. This self-compassion is not self-indulgence, it is healing. It reprograms your mind to see the good in yourself, to focus on your potential instead of only your flaws. And the more kindness you give yourself, the more naturally it flows toward others. Compassion is also a practice of presence. To be compassionate, you must be willing to truly see another being, not just their words or actions, but their deeper reality. This requires listening without distraction, observing without judgment, and being open without defense. When you sit with someone in their suffering and offer your presence, you are already offering healing. Sometimes no words are needed. Just being there, fully, is compassion in action. In this way, compassion turns relationships into sanctuaries where people feel safe, understood, and valued. But compassion is not limited to people you know. It extends to strangers, to animals, to the natural world, even to those you will never meet. When you see a child crying in the market, compassion moves you to comfort them, even if they are not your own. When you see an animal struggling, compassion guides you to ease its pain. When you see the earth being harmed, compassion compels you to act for its protection. The boundaries of mine and not mine dissolve, replaced by the understanding that all beings are interconnected. Your well-being is tied to the well-being of others. To harm another is to harm yourself. To uplift another is to uplift yourself. This expansion of compassion also reprograms the mind to see goodness. When you cultivate compassion, your attention naturally shifts from judgment to understanding, from resentment to forgiveness, from division to unity. You begin to notice the small acts of kindness around you, the stranger who holds the door, the friend who listens, the child who shares. These moments stand out because compassion tunes your mind to recognize them. The more you cultivate compassion, the more goodness you see, and the more goodness you see, the more compassionate you become. It is a cycle of light, feeding light. Even in conflict, compassion is transformative. When anger arises, ask yourself, what suffering lies behind this anger? When someone lashes out, ask, what pain might be driving this reaction? Compassion does not mean allowing harm or avoiding justice, but it does mean responding without hatred. The Buddha taught that hatred is never ended by hatred, it is ended by love. Compassion is the way to break cycles of violence, whether in families, communities, or nations. It is the path not only to personal peace but also to collective healing. Science now confirms what Buddhism has taught for centuries. Compassion changes the brain. Studies show that practices like loving-kindness meditation strengthen regions of the brain associated with empathy and emotional regulation. Compassion reduces stress. increases resilience, and improves relationships. It even boosts physical health, lowering blood pressure and enhancing immunity. Compassion is not just a noble ideal, it is practical medicine for the mind, body, and spirit. But perhaps the greatest power of compassion is that it reveals the true nature of the heart. Beneath layers of fear, anger, and ignorance, the heart is naturally compassionate. Children show kindness instinctively before society teaches division. Compassion is not something you must import from outside, it is something you uncover within. The practice of compassion is like removing stones from a riverbed. Once the obstacles are cleared, the natural flow of love is revealed, and when it flows, it washes away bitterness, dissolves barriers, and nourishes everything it touches. To cultivate compassion daily, begin with small steps. When irritation arises, pause and ask, "How can I see this?" with compassion. When you notice suffering, offer a kind thought. May you be free from pain. May you find peace. When you speak, choose words that heal rather than harm. When you act, let kindness guide you. These simple acts accumulate, shaping your mind into one that naturally sees goodness everywhere. In time, compassion becomes not just something you practice, but something you are. You begin to walk through the world with a softened gaze, an open heart, and a presence that brings comfort wherever you go. People feel lighter in your company because compassion radiates from you. And most importantly, you feel lighter within yourself, because compassion frees you from the heavy burdens of hatred, resentment, and judgment. Compassion is the great reprogrammer of the mind. It shifts your focus from division to unity, from scarcity to abundance, from suffering to healing. It opens your eyes to the goodness within yourself and others. It expands your heart until it embraces all beings, near and far, friend and enemy, human and non-human. And when compassion becomes your natural way of being, you discover that the world itself looks different, softer, kinder, more luminous. You realize that goodness was always there, waiting for you to see it, and compassion was the key to opening your eyes. The power of equanimity, standing calm in the midst of life's storms. Equanimity is one of the highest qualities taught in Buddhism, and it is perhaps one of the most essential skills for anyone who wishes to truly see the good in life. While compassion softens the heart and mindfulness sharpens awareness, equanimity steadies the mind. It is the ability to remain balanced in the face of both joy and sorrow, gain and loss, praise and blame, success and failure. To cultivate equanimity is to train your mind to stand calm in the midst of life's storms, neither carried away by pleasure nor crushed by pain. This balance is not cold detachment, it is the deepest form of strength and freedom. At its core, equanimity means stability of mind. Imagine a mountain. Storms may rage around it, winds may howl, rain may fall, snow may cover its slopes, but the mountain remains unmoved, steady, grounded. A person who has cultivated equanimity is like that mountain. Life brings ups and downs, but they are no longer tossed about by every wave of emotion or circumstance. They experience joy without clinging, pain without despair. They see clearly, respond wisely, and remain free even in difficulty. This steadiness allows them to see goodness even in moments others might call unbearable, because their perception is not clouded by extremes. The Buddha described equanimity as one of the 4 immeasurables, alongside loving kindness, compassion, and sympathetic joy. It is the foundation upon which the other qualities rest. Without equanimity, compassion can collapse into pity, kindness can become attachment, and joy can turn into grasping. But with equanimity, the heart stays open while the mind remains balanced. You love without clinging, care without burning out, rejoice without envy, and face suffering without breaking. Equanimity is the quiet strength that makes all other virtues sustainable. To understand equanimity more deeply, consider how the untrained mind reacts to life. When something pleasant arises, praise, success, comfort, it clings desperately, saying, "This must stay forever." When something unpleasant arises, criticism, loss, discomfort, it resists fiercely, saying, "This must never happen." This constant grasping and pushing away creates endless suffering. The mind is like a pendulum, swinging wildly between attraction and aversion, never finding rest. Equanimity, however, is the middle path. It acknowledges pleasure without clinging, accepts pain without aversion, and rests in balance no matter which way the pendulum swings. This does not mean equanimity is indifference. Indifference says, "I do not care." Equanimity says, "I care deeply, but I remain balanced." Indifference is cold. Equanimity is warm. Indifference closes the heart. Equanimity opens it. Equanimity allows you to love without being consumed, to help without being drained, to live fully without being enslaved by desire or fear. It is not withdrawal from life, but engagement with life from a place of freedom. How, then, do we cultivate this precious quality? It begins with mindfulness. You cannot remain balanced if you are unaware of when the mind is being pulled into extremes. Mindfulness allows you to notice, here is clinging arising, here is aversion arising. The moment you notice, you create space. You are no longer completely identified with the reaction, you are the observer of it. And from that space, balance becomes possible. The next step is reflection on impermanence. When you truly understand that all things are temporary, equanimity arises naturally. You no longer cling desperately to pleasure because you know it will pass. You no longer despair in pain because you know it too will pass. You see both as waves rising and falling on the ocean of life. Joy comes, joy goes. Sorrow comes, sorrow goes. But the ocean remains vast, deep, unchanged. In equanimity, you rest in the ocean, not in the waves. Another practice is compassion. At first, it may seem strange to link compassion and equanimity, but when you see that everyone is subject to the ups and downs of life, compassion deepens and equanimity follows. You realize that no one escapes impermanence, not you, not those you love, not even those you dislike. Everyone is tossed by gain and loss, by joy and pain. This recognition softens the heart and steadies the mind. You stop demanding that life treat you differently, and you begin to accept its flow with grace. Equanimity also grows from letting go of control. Much of our suffering comes from trying to control what cannot be controlled: other people, the weather, outcomes, the passage of time. We cling to the illusion of control, and when life moves in ways we did not plan, we feel betrayed. But in truth, we control very little. We cannot control what others think or how the world shifts. What we can control is our response. Equanimity arises when you release the need to control the uncontrollable and instead focus on choosing wisdom in your own actions. You stop wrestling with life and instead learn to move with it. One of the clearest ways to see equanimity is in the way it transforms response to both praise and blame. The untrained mind craves praise and fears criticism. A single compliment can inflate the ego, and a single insult can crush the spirit. But the equanimous mind sees both as passing winds. Praise does not make you more valuable, blame does not make you less. They are opinions, not truths. When you realize this, you stop being a prisoner of other people's words. You act not to please or defend, but to live in alignment with wisdom and compassion. Equanimity also changes how you approach success and failure. Instead of clinging desperately to success or collapsing in failure, you see both as teachers. Success teaches gratitude and humility. Failure teaches resilience and wisdom. Both are temporary. Both are opportunities to grow. The equanimous mind does not avoid challenge out of fear of failure, nor does it chase success as the only measure of worth. It walks the middle path, steady, learning from both, attached to neither. In relationships, equanimity is a gift. Without it, love easily becomes attachment, grasping, controlling, fearing loss. But with equanimity, love becomes spacious. You cherish the other, but you do not cling. You support them, but you do not demand they be what you imagine. You love freely, without chains. This freedom makes love deeper, not weaker, because it is rooted in respect and trust, not in fear and possession. Equanimity also prepares the mind for compassion on a larger scale. When you see suffering in the world, poverty, violence, injustice, it is easy to feel overwhelmed. Without equanimity, compassion can turn into despair or burnout. But equanimity allows you to face suffering with strength. You acknowledge the pain, you do what you can, but you do not drown in it. You act with wisdom, knowing you cannot control everything, but that every act of compassion matters. Equanimity keeps your compassion sustainable. Science supports this ancient wisdom. Research on meditation shows that practices cultivating equanimity reduce stress, improve emotional regulation, and increase resilience. People with greater equanimity are less reactive to negative experiences and more stable in positive ones. Their well-being is not dependent on external circumstances, but anchored in internal balance. This is the very essence of freedom, not freedom from life's challenges, but freedom within them. The daily cultivation of equanimity begins with small acts. Notice when joy arises, and instead of clinging, simply appreciate, this is pleasant, and it will pass. Notice when discomfort arises, and instead of resisting, simply acknowledge, this is unpleasant, and it too will pass. Each time you do this, you strengthen balance. You train your mind not to be enslaved by highs and lows, but to remain steady in the middle path. Equanimity is not a distant goal, it is a skill, and like any skill, it grows with practice. At first, you may only find balance for a moment before being swept away. But over time, those moments grow longer. Balance becomes more natural. And one day, you realize that life no longer controls you with its constant swings. You ride the waves with grace, anchored in inner peace. The gift of equanimity is immense. It allows you to remain kind when others are cruel, patient when others are impatient, peaceful when others are restless. It allows you to see clearly when others are blinded by extremes. It allows you to live in a world of constant change without losing your ground. And perhaps most importantly, it allows you to see goodness even in times of pain, because your vision is not distorted by clinging or aversion. Equanimity is the quiet power that steadies the heart, balances the mind, and frees the spirit. It is not flashy, but it is unshakable. It is the strength of a mountain, the depth of the ocean, the calm of the sky. When you cultivate it, you discover a peace that nothing can take away. The freedom of letting go, releasing what weighs the heart. To hold on tightly is the nature of the untrained mind. We cling to possessions, to people, to roles, to memories, to expectations, and to identities. We clutch at praise, we grasp at pleasure, we hold resentments as if they protect us, and we grip tightly to our plans for the future as if they will keep us safe. Yet, every act of clinging is also a source of suffering, because what we cling to is impermanent. Everything we hold will eventually slip from our grasp, not because life is cruel, but because change is the law of existence. The Buddha compared clinging to grasping a burning coal with the intent of throwing it at another. In the end, it is your own hand that is burned. True freedom comes not from holding on, but from letting go. Letting go does not mean losing. It does not mean carelessness, neglect, or lack of love. It means releasing the tight grip of attachment so that your heart can breathe, so that your mind can rest, and so that you can love more freely. To let go is to trust life's flow, to stop trying to force what cannot be forced, and to surrender the illusion of control. In this surrender, you do not fall into weakness, you rise into strength. For the one who can let go is not a prisoner of fear, not bound by resentment, not enslaved by desire. The one who lets go discovers peace. Consider the way we cling to possessions. We accumulate, we protect, we defend, as if our worth depended on what we own. Yet possessions wear out, are lost, or are taken away. When we cling, every scratch, every loss, every threat becomes a wound. But when we let go, when we realize that possessions are tools for living, not anchors of identity, we are freed. We still use and enjoy what we have, but we no longer live in fear of losing it. And in that freedom, we see more clearly the goodness of simplicity, the richness of enough, and the joy that comes not from what we hold, but from how we live. We also cling to people. We say, "This person must stay with me forever. They must always love me. They must never change." But people do change. They grow, they falter, they move, they leave. To cling is to suffocate both ourselves and the ones we love. Letting go does not mean we stop loving, it means we stop chaining love. We allow others to be who they are, not who we demand them to be. We love them with open hands, not with clenched fists. In this way, love becomes spacious, generous, and alive. True love thrives in freedom, not in possession. We cling also to identities and roles. We say, "I am this job, I am this title, I am this success, I am this image." And when life shifts and those roles fall away, we feel as if we have lost ourselves. But the self is not fixed. It is a process, a flowing river. When we cling to an identity, we fight the current. When we let go, we flow with it. We allow ourselves to grow, to change, to transform. In this letting go, we discover that who we are is far greater than any single role we play. Perhaps the heaviest clinging is to resentment. Someone wronged us, hurt us, betrayed us, and we carry that wound like a stone in our heart. We replay the story again and again, keeping the anger alive. We believe holding on will punish the other, but in truth, it only poisons us. The Buddha said, "Holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die." Letting go of resentment is not saying the harm was acceptable. It is saying, "I will no longer let this harm define me. I will not carry this weight any longer." Forgiveness is not forgetting, but releasing. And in that release, the heart finds peace. We also cling to the future. We build expectations, plans and dreams, and then we cling to them as if life owes us their fulfillment. But life rarely unfolds exactly as we imagine. When it does not, we feel frustrated, anxious, or broken. To let go of the future does not mean abandoning hope or vision. It means holding them lightly, allowing room for change, for mystery, for surprise. It means trusting that whatever comes, you have the strength to meet it. Letting go of the future allows you to live in the present, which is the only place where life truly happens. Letting go is not always easy. The mind clings out of habit, out of fear, out of ignorance. It believes clinging will give security, but in truth, clinging creates suffering. To begin letting go, start small. Notice the little ways you cling each day. Notice when you replay a past hurt, when you resist a small change, when you grasp at praise, when you worry about the future. Each time, gently remind yourself, this is temporary. I can release this. Each release is like setting down a stone you have carried in your pocket. At first, the stones may feel small, but over time, you realize how heavy they had been. And as you let them go, you begin to walk lighter. Meditation is a powerful practice for learning to let go. Sit quietly, focus on your breath, and watch your thoughts as they arise. Notice how the mind clings to desire, to fear, to memory. And then practice releasing. Let each thought pass like a cloud in the sky. Do not chase, do not resist, simply observe and release. This practice teaches you the art of letting go, not just in meditation but in life. Over time, your mind learns that it does not need to hold everything. It can release, and in releasing, it can rest. Letting go also requires trust. Trust that life will carry you, even if you do not cling. Trust that what is meant for you will come, and what is not meant for you will pass. Trust that you are strong enough to face change, wise enough to learn from loss, resilient enough to begin again. This trust is not blind faith, it is the wisdom that comes from observing life's rhythms, from seeing that endings often lead to beginnings, that loss often leads to growth, that emptiness often creates space for new fullness. The paradox of letting go is that in releasing, we gain. When we let go of resentment, we gain peace. When we let go of fear, we gain courage. When we let go of attachment, we gain freedom. When we let go of the illusion of control, we gain harmony with life as it is. Letting go does not make us poorer. It makes us richer in peace, in clarity, in love. Think of a bird in flight. It does not cling to the branch. It lets go, and only then can it soar. The same is true for us. We cannot fly while holding on to everything. We cannot rise while weighed down by fear, anger, and attachment. To soar, we must release, and when we do, we discover a freedom greater than anything clinging could ever provide. Letting go also allows us to see the good more clearly. Clinging blinds us. When we cling to the past, we cannot see the beauty of the present. When we cling to resentment, we cannot see the goodness in others. When we cling to possessions, we cannot see the richness of simplicity. When we cling to fear, we cannot see the opportunities in change. But when we let go, the fog lifts, and we see with fresh eyes. We notice goodness that was always there, waiting behind the veil of attachment. This practice is lifelong. You will let go, and then you will cling again. But each time you notice, each time you release, you grow lighter, freer, more at peace. Eventually, letting go becomes natural. You no longer cling desperately to each moment because you trust the flow of life. You live with open hands, open heart, open mind. You accept what comes, release what goes, and rest in the freedom of now. The Buddha once said, "You only lose what you cling to." In truth, nothing is ever truly lost, because life itself is constant change. What is lost in one form reappears in another. What ends in one way begins in another. To cling is to suffer. To let go is to live in harmony with this truth. And when you live in harmony with truth, you find peace. The freedom of letting go is not distant. It is here, in every breath. Each exhale is a lesson in release. You let go of air so that new air may enter. If you clung to the breath, you could not survive. Life itself is teaching us, moment by moment, the necessity of letting go. We need only listen, trust, and follow. When you learn to let go, you no longer fear change. You no longer resist endings. You no longer drown in resentment. You live lighter, freer, clearer. And in that freedom, you see goodness everywhere, in the beauty of impermanence, in the strength of resilience, in the miracle of each moment. To let go is to open your hands, and in opening, you realize they were never empty. They were always filled with life, with love, with freedom. The joy of gratitude, unlocking abundance in every moment. Gratitude is one of the most transformative powers in the human heart. It is the practice of seeing what is already here, recognizing the blessings woven into ordinary life, and celebrating the abundance that surrounds us, even in times of struggle. In Buddhism, gratitude is not just polite appreciation or fleeting thanks. It is a profound reorientation of the mind. It shifts your focus from what is lacking to what is present, from what is missing to what is already given, from complaint to wonder. To cultivate gratitude is to awaken to the truth that every breath is a gift, every moment an opportunity, every encounter a teacher. Gratitude is not about pretending that suffering does not exist. It is about realizing that even in suffering, goodness remains. It is about training the mind to see abundance, even when the world tempts you to see only scarcity. When gratitude takes root in your heart, it changes the way you see everything. Suddenly, the morning sun is no longer just another sunrise. It is a miracle of warmth and light. A glass of water is no longer just a drink. It is life itself, clear and pure. The people around you are no longer just background figures. They are companions on the shared journey of existence. Gratitude turns the ordinary into extraordinary, the simple into sacred, the fleeting into eternal. This shift does not require wealth, success, or perfect circumstances. It requires only awareness. Why is gratitude so powerful? Because the mind is often conditioned to dwell on what is missing. It is quick to notice problems, quick to compare, quick to complain. You may achieve something wonderful, but the mind immediately asks, "What's next? What more can I get?" This constant hunger blinds you to what you already have. Gratitude interrupts this cycle. It teaches the mind to pause and recognize, this is enough, this is precious, this is good. In that pause, the restless craving begins to dissolve, and peace takes its place. Gratitude is not naive. It does not deny pain or difficulty. Rather, it broadens perspective. Even in hardship, there are things to be grateful for: the strength to endure, the lessons to learn, the compassion of others, the resilience of your own spirit. Gratitude does not erase suffering, but it softens its grip. It reminds you that pain is not the whole story, that even in darkness, light exists. The Buddha often spoke of cultivating appreciation for the conditions that make life possible: the air we breathe, the food we eat, the teachings that guide us, the community that supports us. When you recognize these conditions, even amidst challenges, gratitude arises naturally. Practicing gratitude also reprograms the mind to see the good more easily. The more you focus on what you are thankful for, the more your mind learns to notice blessings instead of problems. It is like training the eye to see color in a world that once seemed gray. At first, it may feel forced, especially if you are used to complaint, but over time, gratitude becomes second nature. You begin to wake up and notice beauty before noticing lack. You begin to see kindness before seeing faults. You begin to live in appreciation instead of in dissatisfaction. Gratitude also deepens relationships. When you express appreciation for others, even in small ways, bonds grow stronger. Saying thank you with sincerity tells someone, "I see you, I value you, I am grateful for you." This recognition nourishes connection. It also transforms conflict. Instead of focusing only on what the other did wrong, gratitude reminds you of what they bring into your life, the goodness they have offered, the shared moments of joy. From this perspective, forgiveness becomes easier, and love becomes more enduring. But gratitude is not only about others, it is also about yourself. Many people live with constant self-criticism, seeing only their flaws and failures. Gratitude invites you to honor yourself as well. You can be grateful for your body, which carries you, for your breath, which sustains you, for your resilience, which has brought you through hard times. You can thank yourself for your efforts, for your growth, for your courage. This self-gratitude is not arrogance, it is self-respect, an acknowledgement of your own sacred journey. When you treat yourself with gratitude, you reprogram your mind to see your own goodness, instead of endlessly focusing on your shortcomings. One way to cultivate gratitude is through daily reflection. At the end of each day, pause and ask yourself, what am I grateful for today? Write down 3 things. They do not have to be grand, perhaps a smile from a stranger, the taste of a meal, a moment of laughter, or simply the gift of waking up. Over time, this practice reshapes your mind. You begin to look for blessings throughout the day, knowing you will reflect on them later. Life itself becomes a treasure hunt for goodness. Another practice is mindful appreciation. Choose something ordinary and pay attention to it fully. Hold a piece of fruit, noticing its color, its fragrance, its weight in your hand. Reflect on the rain that nourished it, the soil that sustained it, the hands that picked it, the journey that brought it to you. Suddenly, this simple fruit becomes a miracle of interconnectedness, a symbol of countless unseen acts of care. Gratitude is born not just from what you notice, but from how deeply you notice it. Gratitude also requires humility. To be grateful is to admit that you are not self-sufficient, that your life is supported by countless others. Every meal you eat depends on farmers, laborers, truck drivers, storekeepers. Every word you speak depends on teachers, ancestors, and cultures that gave you language. Every breath you take depends on trees, oceans, and the balance of the earth. Gratitude dissolves the illusion of separateness. It shows you that you are woven into a vast web of life, and in this recognition, you naturally feel reverence, respect, and care. This humility also protects gratitude from entitlement. Entitlement says, I deserve this. I am owed this. Gratitude says, this is a gift. I am thankful for it. Entitlement breeds resentment when expectations are not met. Gratitude breeds joy, even when circumstances are simple. The grateful person finds wealth in a single cup of tea, while the entitled person finds poverty in a banquet. Gratitude unlocks abundance not by giving you more, but by opening your eyes to the abundance already present. Even in meditation, gratitude can be a powerful anchor. As you sit, notice your breath and silently give thanks. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for this body that allows me to sit here. Thank you for this moment of peace. With each breath, gratitude deepens. This practice shifts meditation from effort to appreciation. It turns the act of sitting into a celebration of life itself. Gratitude also prepares the heart for compassion. When you are grateful, your heart is open, soft, and generous. You see the gifts you have received, and you naturally wish to share them. Gratitude dissolves envy, because you no longer measure yourself against others. You celebrate what you have and what they have. Gratitude dissolves greed, because you no longer feel constant lack, you feel full, and fullness leads to generosity. A grateful heart naturally extends goodness outward. Science confirms what the Buddha and countless practitioners have long known. Gratitude changes the brain. It activates areas linked to happiness, reduces stress, improves sleep, and strengthens resilience. People who practice gratitude regularly report greater life satisfaction, stronger relationships, and better health. Gratitude is not only spiritual wisdom, it is practical medicine for the mind and body. Yet the greatest power of gratitude is spiritual. It brings you into direct contact with the miracle of existence. It awakens awe. When you are truly grateful, you cannot help but marvel at the gift of being alive at all. You realize that nothing is owed, yet everything is given: the breath, the sky, the earth, the chance to love, the chance to learn, the chance to awaken. Gratitude transforms life into a sacred experience. Every step becomes a blessing, every moment a prayer. Living with gratitude does not mean life will always be easy. You will still face loss, hardship, and sorrow. But gratitude gives you strength to face them. It reminds you that even in the midst of pain, beauty exists. It reminds you that you have endured before, and you can endure again. It reminds you that no matter what is taken, life still offers gifts. Gratitude does not remove storms, but it gives you shelter within them. The joy of gratitude is that it grows the more you practice it. The more you notice blessings, the more blessings you see. The more you thank life, the more life gives you to be thankful for, not because circumstances change, but because your perception changes. The world itself seems kinder, brighter, more abundant, because your mind is tuned to see it that way. Gratitude does not create goodness, it reveals it. To live in gratitude is to live in abundance. It is to walk through the world with open eyes and an open heart. It is to say, this moment is enough. This life is precious. This world is full of gifts. And when you live this way, joy naturally arises. You no longer wait for happiness, you live it, here and now, in every breath. Gratitude is the key that unlocks the treasure of life, a treasure that was always within you, waiting to be seen. The wisdom of patience, trusting the unfolding of life. Patience is often seen as a small virtue, a minor courtesy to practice while waiting in traffic or standing in line. But in truth, patience is one of the deepest strengths of the spiritual path. The Buddha taught that impatience comes from craving the restless desire for life to be other than it is, faster than it is, easier than it is. Impatience is the refusal to dwell in the present, the constant demand that reality bend to the will of our own timelines. Patience, by contrast, is wisdom. It is the willingness to trust the unfolding of life, to accept that things ripen in their own time, to meet each moment as it is, rather than forcing it to be different. In patience, you discover peace. Think of a seed planted in the soil. You may water it, nourish it, and give it sunlight. But no matter how much you want it to grow overnight, it will sprout when the conditions are right. If you dig it up every day to check its progress, you will only harm it. Life is the same. Dreams, healing, transformation, all of them take time. Impatience is like digging up the seed, damaging what is trying to grow. Patience is trusting that beneath the surface, unseen, life is unfolding. When you learn patience, you stop demanding immediate results and start trusting the process. Patience is also the antidote to anger. So often, anger arises because reality is slower or different than we want. Someone does not behave as we expect. A plan does not move as quickly as we wish. Life delays what we crave. Impatience bursts into frustration, into harsh words, into unkindness. But when you cultivate patience, you create space. Instead of reacting instantly, you breathe. Instead of lashing out, you pause. In that pause, wisdom enters. In that pause, compassion arises. Patience transforms reaction into response, anger into understanding. The Buddha described patience, khanti, as one of the highest forms of practice, saying, "Patience is the supreme austerity." Why? Because it requires immense strength to endure difficulty without bitterness, to wait without despair, to accept without resistance. It is easy to be patient when things go your way. True patience is tested when life does not meet your desires, when others challenge your peace, when your efforts take longer than you hoped. In those moments, impatience screams, "I cannot bear this." But patience whispers, "This too shall pass. Let me remain steady." Patience also deepens mindfulness. When you are impatient, you are always rushing into the next task, the next achievement, the next desire. You miss the present moment because you are fixated on the future. Patience brings you back. It says, "This moment is enough. Let me be here fully." In this way, patience is not only about waiting for the future, it is about being alive in the present. It teaches you that life is not only in the big milestones, but in the small steps between them. The waiting itself can be sacred if you meet it with presence. Patience also teaches humility. It reminds you that you are not the master of time, that life moves according to its own rhythm, not yours. The seasons change when they will. The body heals at its pace. Wisdom ripens gradually. When you cultivate patience, you bow to this greater rhythm. You release the arrogance of thinking you can force everything to happen on your schedule. Instead, you learn to align with the flow of life, trusting that what is meant for you will arrive at the right time. One of the most profound aspects of patience is how it allows you to see the good even in struggle. When you are impatient, struggle feels unbearable. You want it gone immediately. But when you are patient, you see that struggle itself can be a teacher. Pain teaches resilience. Delay teaches perseverance. Challenges teach creativity. In patience, you discover that life's difficulties are not punishments, but opportunities for growth. You see goodness even in waiting, because waiting itself refines you. Consider relationships. Without patience, misunderstandings explode into arguments. Differences harden into resentments. With patience, you listen more deeply. You give space for others to express themselves. You allow time for wounds to heal. A patient heart does not demand that others change instantly. It trusts their journey, just as it trusts its own. Patience in relationships builds trust, softens conflict, and nurtures love. It allows you to see the good in others, not just their faults, because you give them time to reveal it. Patience is equally vital in personal growth. Many people begin a spiritual practice expecting quick results, instant calm, immediate enlightenment, immediate transformation. But the path is gradual. It unfolds step by step, like climbing a mountain. Some days you move quickly, other days slowly. Some days the path is clear, other days it is foggy. Impatience says, "I should already be at the top." Patience says, "Each step matters. Each step is the practice." With patience, you stop measuring how far you have left to go, and you begin appreciating how far you have already come. Patience is also compassion toward yourself. Too often, we demand perfection, criticizing ourselves for not growing fast enough, not healing quickly enough, not being wise enough. But self-growth is like the blooming of a lotus. It cannot be rushed. The lotus emerges when the conditions are ready. In the same way, your awakening unfolds in its own time. Patience with yourself means forgiving your mistakes, celebrating your progress, and trusting your own path. It means treating yourself with the same kindness you would offer to a child learning to walk. Even in meditation, patience is essential. The mind wanders again and again. Impatience says, "Why can't I concentrate? I'm failing." Patience says, "This is the practice. Each time I return, I strengthen my mind." Over time, patience in meditation teaches patience in life. You learn that wandering and returning, falling and rising, losing and finding, are all part of the journey. Patience also connects deeply with equanimity. When you are patient, you remain balanced in the face of delay, difficulty, or uncertainty. You do not grasp for instant gratification or collapse into despair. You stay steady, trusting the unfolding. Equanimity gives you calm, patience gives you endurance. Together, they allow you to walk through life with peace. To cultivate patience, practice small acts daily. When waiting in line, instead of fidgeting, breathe. When stuck in traffic, instead of raging, notice the sky, the people, the life around you. When someone frustrates you, instead of reacting instantly, pause and ask, what suffering might they be carrying? Each act of patience is a seed planted. Over time, these seeds grow into a forest of calm within you. Patience does not mean passivity. It does not mean doing nothing or accepting injustice. It means acting with wisdom, but without rushing, without desperation. It means knowing when to wait and when to move, when to endure and when to change. Patience gives you clarity to act effectively because you are not blinded by restlessness. You act not out of impulse, but out of wisdom. Science now confirms what ancient teachings have long known. Patience improves mental health, reduces stress, and strengthens resilience. Those who practice patience are more satisfied with life, have better relationships, and cope more effectively with challenges. Impatience, by contrast, fuels anxiety, conflict, and burnout. Patience is not only a spiritual virtue, it is a practical necessity for a peaceful, joyful life. The joy of patience is that it reveals life's hidden abundance. When you are impatient, you rush past the beauty of the present, always chasing the next thing. But when you are patient, you notice the goodness already here. You see the flower blooming, the child laughing, the breeze on your face, the kindness of a friend. You realize that life is not something to be rushed through, but something to be savored. Patience opens your eyes to the richness of each moment. Ultimately, patience is trust. It is trusting that life unfolds with wisdom, that what is meant to be will come, that even delays and detours have purpose. It is trusting that your journey is not behind schedule, that you are exactly where you need to be, learning what you need to learn. This trust frees you from the restless demand that everything happen now. It allows you to live with peace, to see goodness in the waiting, and to find joy in the unfolding. Patience is not weakness, it is power. It is the power to remain calm in delay, to remain kind in difficulty, to remain hopeful in uncertainty. It is the power to walk steadily while others run frantically. It is the power to trust the seed, the season, the journey. When you cultivate patience, you no longer live as a prisoner of time. You live in harmony with it. You discover that waiting itself can be sacred, that slowing down can be healing, that trust can be joyful. To live with patience is to live with wisdom. It is to say, I do not need everything now. I trust life's timing. I trust the unfolding of my path. I trust the strength within me to endure and grow. And in that trust, peace arises. Gratitude arises. Joy arises. For patience is not just waiting, it is awakening. It is learning to see the good, not only when you arrive, but also while you are on the way. The courage of forgiveness, freeing the heart from the past. Forgiveness is one of the most difficult yet most liberating practices a human being can embrace. To forgive is to release the chains of resentment, to free yourself from the prison of anger, and to reclaim the peace that bitterness steals. In Buddhism, forgiveness is not about condoning harm, excusing wrongdoing, or forgetting what was done. It is about seeing clearly, understanding deeply, and choosing freedom over bondage. Forgiveness is a gift you give not only to others, but most importantly to yourself. It is an act of courage that opens the heart, clears the mind, and allows you to see goodness again, where once you saw only pain. When someone wrongs you, the natural tendency of the mind is to cling to the hurt. You replay the story again and again, reliving the betrayal, nourishing the anger, feeding the resentment. The mind convinces you that holding on will protect you, that anger is a shield. But in truth, resentment is not a shield, it is a poison. It does not protect you, it wounds you. Each time you replay the hurt, you suffer anew. The Buddha taught that anger is like grasping a burning coal with the intention of throwing it at another. You are the one who gets burned. Forgiveness is the act of releasing the coal. It is the moment you decide, I will not carry this fire any longer. Forgiveness begins with understanding. When you look deeply into the one who harmed you, you often see that their actions came from ignorance, fear, or suffering. A person who is at peace does not harm others. Harm arises from confusion, from inner turmoil, from wounds left unattended. This does not excuse their actions, but it explains them. When you see that their hurtful act was a result of their own pain, compassion begins to stir, and compassion opens the door to forgiveness. But forgiveness is not easy. The mind resists. It says, if I forgive, I will be weak. If I forgive, they win. If I forgive, the harm is forgotten. These are illusions. Forgiveness is not weakness, it is strength. It takes far greater courage to release hatred than to cling to it. Forgiveness does not mean the other wins. It means you reclaim your own power, no longer enslaved by their actions. Forgiveness does not erase memory, it transforms it. The harm remains in history, but it no longer dominates your present. Forgiveness is also not always immediate. It unfolds in layers, like peeling the skin of an onion. At first, the hurt may be too raw, the wound too deep. That is natural. To force forgiveness prematurely can itself be harmful. Instead, begin by setting the intention. Say to yourself, I wish to forgive. I wish to be free. Even if your heart is not ready, this intention plants a seed. Over time, with reflection, compassion, and patience, the seed grows. One day, you find that the grip of anger has loosened, the weight of resentment has lightened, and forgiveness has quietly blossomed. Sometimes the hardest forgiveness is toward yourself. You may carry guilt for mistakes you made, regret for choices you took, shame for times you fell short. These burdens can weigh heavier than any resentment toward others. But just as others act from ignorance and suffering, so did you. You too are human, learning, stumbling, growing. To forgive yourself is to recognize your own humanity, to accept that mistakes are teachers, not life sentences. Self-forgiveness is not indulgence, it is healing. It is the decision to stop punishing yourself endlessly and to allow space for growth. Without self-forgiveness, the mind remains trapped in shame. With it, the heart finds freedom. Forgiveness also requires letting go of the demand that the past be different. So often, resentment is fueled by the thought, it should not have happened. They should not have done that. Life should have been otherwise. But the past cannot be changed. To demand that it be different is to fight a battle you cannot win. Forgiveness arises when you accept, it happened. I cannot change it, but I can change how I carry it. I can choose freedom instead of bondage. This acceptance is not resignation, it is empowerment. It shifts your focus from what cannot be controlled to what can, your own heart. Forgiveness does not mean you must reconcile with the one who harmed you. Sometimes reconciliation is wise and healing. Other times, it is neither safe nor possible. Forgiveness is internal. It is about your heart, not about restoring every relationship. You can forgive someone deeply and still choose not to let them back into your life. Forgiveness is freedom, not foolishness. It is clarity, not naivete. It is choosing peace while still protecting your well-being. The power of forgiveness is that it clears space in the heart. Resentment is heavy. It consumes energy, clouds perception, and blocks joy. When you forgive, you release this weight. Suddenly, There is room for compassion, for love, for gratitude. Forgiveness reprograms your mind to see goodness again. Where anger blinded you, forgiveness restores sight. Where bitterness shrank your world, forgiveness expands it. Forgiveness also transforms relationships. Families divided by old wounds can heal when even one person chooses to forgive. Communities fractured by conflict can begin to mend when forgiveness is practiced collectively. Nations torn by violence can take the first steps toward peace when forgiveness enters dialogue. Forgiveness is not only personal, it is a force of collective healing. It is the bridge between enemies, the balm for old injuries, the path to reconciliation. In Buddhism, forgiveness is often linked with the practice of compassion. When you generate loving kindness for yourself and others, you naturally soften the grip of resentment. You begin to see the shared suffering that drives human behavior. Forgiveness flows more easily from this recognition. Meditation on loving kindness can be a powerful tool, silently repeating, "May I be free from suffering. May you be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering." With time, these words seep into the heart, dissolving barriers of anger and replacing them with compassion. Science supports what Buddhism has long taught. Forgiveness benefits not only the soul, but also the body. Studies show that forgiving reduces stress, lowers blood pressure, improves immune function, and increases overall well-being. People who practice forgiveness report greater happiness, stronger relationships, and more resilience. Resentment, by contrast, is linked to anxiety, depression, and even physical illness. Forgiveness is not just spiritual wisdom, it is medicine for the whole being. But perhaps the deepest truth of forgiveness is that it connects you with the reality of impermanence. Just as joy and sorrow pass, so too do wounds and conflicts. Nothing is fixed, not even anger. When you see this clearly, forgiveness becomes possible. You realize that you are not bound to carry the weight of the past forever. You can release it. You can let it dissolve like mist in the morning sun. Forgiveness is not a one-time act. It is a practice. Old wounds may resurface. Anger may return. Each time, forgiveness must be chosen again. But each time you choose it, the grip of resentment weakens. Each time you choose it, the heart grows lighter. Eventually, forgiveness becomes a way of being. You no longer cling to grudges. You no longer let the past dictate your present. You live with open hands, open heart, open eyes. The courage of forgiveness is immense. It takes strength to face your pain, to soften your heart, to release what feels justified. But the reward is greater than the struggle. Forgiveness frees you. It opens the gates of peace. It allows you to walk unburdened, to see goodness in life again, to love more deeply, to live more fully, living in the present, discovering peace in the here and now. The present moment is the only place where life truly exists, yet it is the place where most people spend the least time. The untrained mind is always wandering, back into the past, replaying old regrets, dwelling on losses, clinging to memories, or forward into the future, worrying about what might come, planning endlessly, fearing uncertainty. But the past is gone, it cannot be changed. The future is not yet here, it cannot be controlled. Only the present is real, only the present can be lived. To awaken to the present is to awaken to life itself. In Buddhism, living in the present is not just a suggestion, it is the very heart of liberation. Why do we struggle to live here, now? Because the mind is restless, conditioned to avoid discomfort and chase pleasure. The past is tempting because it offers familiar stories, even if they hurt. The future is tempting because it offers the illusion of control. But the present moment is raw, alive, unpredictable. It demands that we stop escaping and meet reality as it is. To live in the present requires courage, because it asks us to let go of the illusions of yesterday and tomorrow, and rest in the truth of this very breath. Yet, in that courage, we find peace. Because peace is never found in the past or the future, it is found only in the now. Living in the present does not mean rejecting memory or foresight. The past can teach, the future can inspire, but it means not being enslaved by them. You can learn from the past without clinging to it, and you can prepare for the future without being consumed by it. The key is balance, memory as wisdom, not prison, planning as guidance, not obsession. The present remains your home, your anchor, your refuge. Imagine walking through a forest. If your mind is lost in yesterday's worries or tomorrow's plans, you miss the rustling of leaves, the fragrance of pine, the coolness of air on your skin. You are there, but not truly there. Life passes unnoticed. But if you bring your mind back, if you feel your footsteps, hear the birdsong, breathe the air, you discover richness in every step. The forest becomes alive, and so do you. This is the gift of the present. It reveals the wonder hidden in plain sight. The Buddha often compared mindfulness to a lamp. When the lamp of awareness is shining in the present, everything becomes illuminated. You see clearly, act wisely, respond compassionately. But when the lamp is lost in past or future, the present is darkened. You stumble, confused, reactive. To live in the present is to keep the lamp burning, moment by moment, breath by breath. One of the simplest ways to anchor yourself in the present is to return to the breath. The breath is always here, always now. You cannot breathe yesterday's breath, nor tomorrow's. You can only breathe this one. Each inhale, each exhale is a reminder of presence. By observing the breath, you return to your body, to your senses, to the reality of this moment. In this way, the breath becomes both teacher and refuge. Living in the present also requires letting go of judgment. When you cling to ideas of how the moment should be, you miss how it is. Perhaps you imagine, I should already be happier. I should not feel this way. This should not be happening. These judgments pull you away from the truth of now. But when you let go, when you accept the moment as it is pleasant or painful, you become free. Acceptance does not mean passivity. It means clarity. Only when you see clearly can you respond wisely. The present moment is also where joy lives. So often, people postpone happiness, saying, I'll be happy when I succeed, when I have more, when things are perfect. But perfection never comes, and life slips away in waiting. Joy is not found in a distant tomorrow. It is found in noticing the small wonders of today, the warmth of tea, the smile of a friend, the sound of rain. These moments are fleeting, but they are also abundant, if only you are present enough to see them. Gratitude and joy arise naturally when the mind is anchored in the now. Living in the present also means embracing impermanence. Every moment is unique. It arises, it passes, it never returns. When you are present, you appreciate life's fleeting beauty. The child laughing today will not laugh the same tomorrow. The flower blooming now will wither soon. The breath you take now will never come again. This awareness does not bring sadness. It brings appreciation. You hold each moment gently, knowing it is precious because it is impermanent. The present is also where healing happens. Wounds from the past can feel overwhelming when replayed endlessly in memory, but in the present, they are often less heavy. They are stories, not current realities. In the present, you can breathe, release, and choose differently. Similarly, anxieties about the future often vanish when you focus on the now. The future's problems may or may not come, but the present usually holds enough strength to meet them. By resting in the now, you discover resilience. Relationships flourish when rooted in presence. To truly listen to someone, you must be here, not lost in thought. To truly love someone, you must meet them as they are now, not as you remember them or as you want them to be. Presence is the greatest gift you can offer others. It tells them, I see you, I hear you, I am with you. And it is also the greatest gift you can offer yourself. Living in the present does not mean ignoring responsibility. You still make plans, honor commitments, and work toward goals. But you do so from a place of grounded presence, not restless worry. You do not sacrifice today for tomorrow. You walk the path steadily, step by step, finding peace in the journey instead of only in the destination. Meditation is the art of returning to the present again and again. The mind wanders, that is its nature. But each time you notice and return, you strengthen awareness. Over time, presence becomes not just a practice, but a way of being. You walk, eat, work, rest, all with mindfulness, all with awareness of the now. Life itself becomes meditation. Science supports this wisdom. Studies on mindfulness show that present-moment awareness reduces stress, improves health, increases happiness, and enhances relationships. People who live in the present are less anxious, less depressed, more resilient. The mind that is here, now, is a mind at peace. The challenge is that the world constantly pulls you away from the present. Technology, advertising, culture, all encourage distraction, comparison, longing for more. To live in the present requires resistance to this pull. It requires training, discipline, and intention. But it is possible, and the reward is immense. When you live in the present, you are no longer enslaved by regret or worry. You are no longer lost in stories of what was or what might be. You are free, here, alive. Living in the present also reveals the interconnectedness of life. When you are fully aware, you see how every moment is supported by countless conditions: the sun, the rain, the soil, the air, the people, the universe itself. Each present moment is a miracle, a convergence of infinite causes and conditions. To see this is to live in awe, in gratitude, in reverence. Ultimately, the present moment is not just a place of peace, it is the gateway to awakening. Enlightenment is not a distant state to be reached someday. It is the realization of reality as it is, right now. To be fully present is to see clearly, without distortion. It is to touch truth directly. It is to awaken. To live in the present is to say, this breath is enough. This moment is enough. I am here, and here is life. And when you live this way, you discover a freedom that nothing can take away. The storms of the past no longer drown you. The shadows of the future no longer haunt you. You rest in the vastness of now, and in that resting, you discover peace, joy, and liberation. 21. The light of inner peace, finding stillness beyond circumstances. Peace is the deepest longing of every human heart. Beneath all striving for wealth, success, love, or recognition, there lies a desire to rest, to be free of agitation, to feel safe, to dwell in harmony with oneself and with the world. Yet, peace often seems elusive, fragile, conditional, something we can only have when external circumstances align. We say to ourselves, I will be at peace when I have enough money, when I am loved, when the world is stable, when I achieve my goals. But life rarely offers perfect conditions. The world shifts, people change, difficulties arise. If peace depends on what is outside, it will always be unstable. Buddhism teaches a profound truth. True peace does not come from controlling circumstances. It comes from training the mind and heart. It comes from within. Inner peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of wisdom. It is not the absence of noise, but the presence of stillness. It is not about escaping life, but about meeting life with a calm, open heart. When you cultivate inner peace, you discover a sanctuary that exists regardless of storms around you. Like the depths of the ocean, which remain calm even as waves crash above, your heart can remain steady even as challenges arise. This peace is not passive, it is active, resilient, alive. The mind without training is restless, like a monkey leaping from branch to branch. It clings to desires, resists discomfort, obsesses over the past, fears the future. This restlessness robs you of peace. Inner peace arises when you learn to calm this monkey mind, not by force, but by gentle awareness. Through mindfulness, meditation, and self-compassion, the mind settles, like muddy water clearing when left still. In that clarity, peace naturally emerges. Consider how much energy is lost to inner conflict. You argue with yourself, criticize yourself, compare yourself, judge yourself. You carry grudges, regrets, fears, endless what-ifs. This inner noise drowns out peace. But when you practice letting go of perfection, of control, of constant judgment, you create space. Into that space flows peace. Letting go is not giving up. It is giving yourself permission to rest. It is saying, I do not need to fight every battle. I can be gentle with myself. I can be here, now, as I am. Peace also grows when you align your life with your values. Much of inner turmoil comes from living out of harmony, saying one thing but doing another, chasing goals that do not reflect your heart, living to please others while ignoring your soul. When you align actions with values, words with truth, choices with compassion, the inner conflict softens. You no longer waste energy pretending or hiding. You live authentically, and authenticity is fertile ground for peace. Inner peace is also nurtured by compassion. When you treat yourself and others with kindness, the heart softens. Anger, hatred, and resentment dissolve. Compassion does not mean allowing harm or ignoring boundaries. It means seeing the humanity in yourself and in others. It means recognizing suffering and responding with care rather than hostility. Compassion is like cool water poured on the flames of anger. It soothes, heals, restores balance. A compassionate heart is a peaceful heart. Meditation is one of the most powerful tools for cultivating inner peace. By sitting quietly, focusing on the breath, and observing thoughts without judgment, you train the mind to settle. At first, the mind resists, wandering endlessly. But with patience, the gaps between thoughts grow longer, the restlessness softens, and a deep calm emerges. This calm is not something you create, it is something you uncover, like discovering a clear sky hidden behind passing clouds. Meditation reveals that peace has always been within you, waiting to be remembered. Gratitude also opens the door to peace. When you focus on what is missing, the mind is restless, dissatisfied, grasping. When you focus on what is present, the gift of breath, the warmth of sunlight, the kindness of others, the heart rests. Gratitude shifts your perspective from lack to abundance, from agitation to contentment. It reminds you that even in difficulty, there are blessings. Peace is not found in having everything, but in appreciating what is already here. Stillness is another path to peace. In modern life, constant activity and stimulation keep the mind unsettled. Phones buzz, screens flash, demands pull at every moment. To cultivate peace, you must sometimes withdraw into stillness, not as an escape, but as nourishment. Sit in silence, walk in nature, breathe deeply. In stillness, the noise of the world fades, and you hear the quiet voice of your own heart. This voice is gentle, wise, steady. It guides you back to peace. But inner peace does not mean life will always feel easy. Pain, loss, and uncertainty will still come. The difference is how you meet them. With inner peace, you meet pain with acceptance instead of resistance, loss with compassion instead of despair, uncertainty with trust instead of fear. You may still feel sorrow, but it does not overwhelm you. You may still feel anger, but it does not control you. You may still feel fear, but it does not paralyze you. Inner peace is not the end of emotion, it is the balance that allows emotion to move through without drowning you. Peace also comes from perspective. When you zoom in on every small inconvenience, life feels unbearable. But when you step back, you see a larger view. You remember that difficulties are temporary, that life is vast, that you are part of something greater than your current problem. This perspective softens intensity. It allows you to rest in a wider space, where peace naturally arises. Forgiveness plays a central role in peace. As long as you hold resentment, the heart cannot rest. Anger and grudges are heavy burdens, consuming energy, poisoning joy. To forgive is to release this weight, to choose freedom over bitterness. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning. It means deciding not to let the past steal your present. When you forgive, you reclaim your peace. Equanimity is the crown jewel of peace. It is the ability to remain balanced in the face of life's ups and downs. When joy arises, you enjoy it without clinging. When pain arises, you endure it without despair. You flow with the rhythm of life, neither grasping nor resisting. This balance is the foundation of lasting peace, because it is not dependent on circumstances. It is rooted in wisdom. Science echoes this truth. Studies on mindfulness, meditation, and compassion show that they reduce stress, improve health, increase resilience, and enhance well-being. Inner peace is not just spiritual, it is practical, measurable, transformative. It strengthens the body, calms the mind, and opens the heart. Ultimately, inner peace is not something you seek outside, it is something you uncover within. It is already present, beneath layers of fear, anger, and desire. Like the still depths of a lake beneath rippling waves, peace is your true nature. The work is not to create peace, but to remember it, to quiet the noise, soften the heart, and return to the stillness that has always been within you. To live in inner peace is to live in freedom. You are no longer a prisoner of circumstances, no longer tossed by every wave of life. You carry a sanctuary within you, a light that cannot be extinguished. No matter what the world brings, you can return to this light, this stillness, this truth. And from this place, you see the good more easily. You notice beauty, kindness, and love, where once you saw only problems. You radiate peace outward, touching others, calming conflicts, healing wounds. The light of inner peace is the greatest gift you can give yourself and the world. It begins with a breath, with awareness, with compassion. It grows with practice, with patience, with forgiveness. And it becomes your natural state when you stop chasing what is outside and turn inward. To find peace, you do not need to wait for life to be perfect. You need only stop, breathe, and remember, peace is here, in this moment, in this breath, in this heart. When you dwell in it, you are free. When you embody it, you become a light for others. And in that light, life itself becomes good. 22. The path of non-attachment, freedom in simplicity. Non-attachment is often misunderstood. Many hear the word and imagine coldness, indifference, or a lack of care. But in Buddhism, non-attachment is not detachment from love, joy, or life. It is freedom from clinging. It is the ability to love without chains, to experience joy without fear of loss, to engage with life fully without being enslaved by it. Attachment is not the same as love. Attachment says, "You must stay with me, you must never change, you must give me what I want." Love says, "I honor you as you are, I cherish the time we share. I release you to be free. Attachment is born of fear. Non-attachment is born of wisdom. The root of suffering, the Buddha taught, is clinging, grasping at what we like, resisting what we dislike, and demanding permanence in a world of impermanence. We cling to possessions, to relationships, to identities, to ideas, to pleasures, to achievements. But everything we cling to is changing, unstable, passing. When change comes, as it always does, clinging turns to suffering. Non-attachment is not rejecting these things, it is enjoying them without trying to chain them. It is saying, "This is beautiful, and I am grateful, and when it passes, I will let it go." Think of holding a handful of sand. If you grasp it tightly, it slips through your fingers, but if you hold it gently, it rests easily in your palm. Life is the same. When you clutch desperately, you lose. When you hold lightly, you are free to enjoy. Non-attachment is this gentle holding, engaging with life fully, but without suffocating it. Non-attachment does not mean indifference to people. In fact, it deepens love. Attachment is often selfish. It seeks to possess, to control, to use others for our happiness. Non-attachment allows love to breathe. It is love that wishes well-being for others, even if it does not benefit us. It is love without conditions, without demands. When you practice non-attachment, you do not love less, you love more purely. You love not from fear of loss, but from joy of connection. Non-attachment also brings freedom in possessions. Our culture teaches us that happiness comes from having more wealth, more status, more things. But the more we have, the more we fear losing. Possessions demand protection, attention, energy. Clinging to them creates anxiety. Non-attachment does not mean rejecting possessions, but seeing them for what they are, tools for living, not sources of identity. You use and appreciate them, but you do not build your worth upon them. With non-attachment, you can enjoy abundance without being enslaved by it, and you can endure loss without being destroyed by it. The same applies to ideas and beliefs. Attachment to ideas makes us rigid, intolerant, unable to grow. We cling to opinions, identities, labels, convinced they define us. But wisdom is spacious. It allows for change, for learning, for humility. Non-attachment to ideas means being open to truth wherever it arises. It means holding beliefs with sincerity, but also with lightness, willing to release them when wisdom deepens. This openness is not weakness, it is strength, because it is rooted in truth, not in fear. Non-attachment also frees us from the tyranny of pleasure and pain. The mind, untrained, chases pleasure desperately and resists pain fiercely, but pleasure fades, and pain is inevitable. Clinging to pleasure leads to craving. Clinging to pain leads to despair. Non-attachment does not deny pleasure or pain. It allows you to experience them fully, without bondage. You enjoy pleasure without addiction, and you endure pain without being crushed. You remain balanced, steady, free. The practice of non-attachment begins with awareness. Notice the small ways you cling each day. To your phone, to your schedule, to being right, to being liked. Notice the anxiety that arises when what you cling to is threatened. Each time, ask yourself, can I hold this more lightly? Can I release this, even a little? Each release is a taste of freedom. Over time, the habit of clinging weakens, and spaciousness grows. Meditation is a powerful training in non-attachment. As you sit, thoughts arise, desires, fears, memories. The mind wants to cling, to chase, to resist. But in meditation, you practice letting them come and go, like clouds passing through the sky. You do not grasp or push away. You simply observe, allowing each thought to arise and dissolve. This practice teaches the heart to let go, moment by moment. It shows you that you are not your thoughts, not your cravings. You are the awareness that watches. In this realization, non-attachment blossoms naturally. Non-attachment also brings joy in simplicity. When you stop clinging, you no longer need constant consumption, constant achievement, constant validation. You find contentment in what is simple: a breath, a smile, a meal, a walk. You see that happiness does not come from adding more, but from needing less. Simplicity is abundance without burden. It is the quiet joy of enough. Relationships transform through non-attachment. With attachment, love becomes fear, fear of loss, fear of betrayal, fear of change. With non-attachment, love becomes trust. You no longer demand permanence, but you appreciate presence. You cherish what you share without trying to possess it. This creates freedom for both yourself and the other. Love without chains is the purest love, because it allows both to grow, to change, to be. Non-attachment also dissolves envy. When you cling to status or comparison, you suffer when others succeed. But when you are free, you can celebrate their joy as your own. You realize that their gain is not your loss. Life is abundant, not scarce. Non-attachment expands the heart, turning comparison into compassion, envy into joy. Science reflects this truth. Studies show that mindfulness, simplicity, and letting go reduce stress, increase well-being, and strengthen relationships. People who practice non-attachment are more resilient, happier, and more compassionate. Non-attachment is not an abstract spiritual idea. It is practical medicine for modern life. The greatest gift of non-attachment is freedom. When you let go of clinging, you are no longer enslaved by fear of loss. You are no longer defined by what you own, who approves of you, or how life unfolds. You are free to love deeply, to live fully, to see goodness everywhere. You engage with life wholeheartedly, but without chains. You walk lightly, because you carry nothing that can be taken from you. Non-attachment is not about abandoning life. It is about embracing it more fully. It is not about rejecting love, joy, or beauty. It is about freeing them from fear. It is not about emptiness. It is about spaciousness, the vastness of a heart unchained. When you live with non-attachment, you discover that you do not need to control life to enjoy it. You do not need to own to appreciate. You do not need to cling to love it. You simply open your hands, and in that openness, life flows freely. To live with non-attachment is to say, I will love without chains. I will live without fear. I will hold life gently, knowing it is precious because it is fleeting. And in that gentle holding, you discover a freedom greater than possession, a joy greater than craving, a peace greater than control. You discover that the goodness you sought outside was always here, in the spacious heart of non-attachment. 23. The strength of acceptance, embracing life as it is. Acceptance is one of the most profound yet misunderstood teachings on the spiritual path. Many think of acceptance as weakness, passivity, or resignation, as if it means giving up or agreeing with everything that happens. But true acceptance is none of these. It is not saying that harm is good, or that injustice should be ignored, or that suffering is to be blindly tolerated. Acceptance is seeing reality clearly, acknowledging it without denial, and meeting it with wisdom instead of resistance. It is the courage to face life as it is, not as we wish it to be, not as we imagine it should be, but as it truly is in this moment. Much of human suffering comes not from what happens, but from our refusal to accept what happens. Pain is inevitable, but resistance multiplies it. When we resist, we tighten against reality, saying, "This cannot be, this should not be, I will not allow this." But life continues regardless of our protest. The storm does not stop because we deny it. The loss does not reverse because we refuse it. The moment does not change because we argue with it. Resistance is like trying to hold back the tide with your hands. Acceptance, instead, is stepping back and saying, "This is the tide. Let me learn to flow with it." Acceptance is not passive, it is active clarity. It frees the energy wasted on denial and redirects it toward wise action. When you accept that something is real, you can finally respond effectively. If you deny it, you remain stuck, paralyzed by illusion. Acceptance is the first step of transformation. Without it, there is no foundation for change. The Buddha taught that suffering begins with ignorance, misperceiving reality. Acceptance is the antidote. It is wisdom, seeing clearly. Consider the body. With age, it changes. It grows tired, it aches, it weakens. If you resist, clinging to youth, you suffer doubly, once from the natural change and once from your refusal to accept it. But if you accept, you find peace. You care for the body with compassion, but you do not demand that it be what it cannot. Acceptance allows gratitude for what remains, joy in what is still possible, and dignity in the process of change. The same is true of emotions. Many spend their lives fighting feelings, resisting sadness, denying fear, suppressing anger. But what you resist persists. Emotions, when resisted, grow stronger, pushing back with greater force. Acceptance means allowing emotions to arise, to be felt, to pass in their own time. It is sitting with sadness without judgment, breathing with fear without shame, observing anger without acting it out. Emotions are like waves. When you stop fighting, they rise, crest, and dissolve. Acceptance is the surfboard that allows you to ride them with balance instead of drowning beneath them. Acceptance is also essential in relationships. So often, conflict arises because we refuse to accept others as they are. We demand that they change, that they fit our expectations, that they fulfill our needs. But people are who they are, not who we wish them to be. To accept does not mean to approve of harmful behavior or to remain in unhealthy relationships. It means seeing clearly. This is who they are. This is where they are on their path. From that clarity, you can choose wisely whether to remain, to set boundaries, or to walk away. Acceptance of others allows love to be spacious, not suffocating. It replaces control with compassion. Acceptance also heals the past. Many remain trapped by regret, replaying mistakes, wishing events had been different. But the past cannot be changed. Resistance to it is endless suffering. Acceptance says, "It happened. I cannot undo it, but I can learn from it, grow from it, transform through it." This shift turns regret into wisdom. Acceptance does not erase the past, but it releases its chains on the present. The future, too, is a place where acceptance brings freedom. Worry is resistance to the unknown, the attempt to control what cannot be controlled. Acceptance of uncertainty does not mean apathy. It means living fully in the present, trusting your capacity to face whatever arises. It is saying, "The future is not here. I do not know what will come, but I will meet it with strength when it does." Acceptance transforms anxiety into trust. Meditation is a direct practice of acceptance. As you sit, thoughts, emotions, and sensations arise. The practice is not to push them away or cling to them, but to observe with gentle awareness. This too is here. Pain in the body, wandering of the mind, joy in the heart, all are met with equanimity. This teaches the mind to stop fighting reality. Over time, you carry this into daily life, meeting experiences with the same calm acceptance. Acceptance also deepens compassion. When you accept your own flaws and struggles, you soften toward yourself. You stop demanding perfection. Stop punishing yourself endlessly. From this self-compassion, compassion for others grows. You see that everyone struggles, that everyone has wounds, that everyone is learning. Acceptance allows you to meet others, not with judgment, but with kindness. Science confirms what these teachings reveal. Acceptance reduces stress, increases resilience, improves mental health, and enhances relationships. Resisting reality fuels anxiety, depression, and conflict. Accepting it brings calm, clarity, and strength. This is not resignation, it is empowerment. Acceptance is not the end of action, it is the beginning of wise action. If you are ill, acceptance does not mean doing nothing. It means acknowledging reality and then seeking treatment. If injustice arises, acceptance does not mean allowing it. It means seeing it clearly and then responding skillfully. Acceptance gives you the ground to act effectively because you are no longer blinded by denial or overwhelmed by resistance. The strength of acceptance is that it reveals goodness even in difficulty. When you stop fighting reality, you can see its gifts. A loss teaches impermanence and gratitude. A failure teaches humility and growth. A delay teaches patience and trust. None of these are easy, but all contain seeds of wisdom. Acceptance allows you to see them, to learn, to grow, instead of remaining trapped in bitterness. Acceptance also opens the door to peace. Resistance is tension, constant struggle. Acceptance is release, the exhale after holding your breath too long. It is the unclenching of fists, the softening of the heart, the opening of the mind. In acceptance, you rest. You discover that you can be at peace even when life is not perfect, even when pain is present, even when uncertainty remains. Peace is not found in controlling life. It is found in accepting life. To live in acceptance is to live in harmony. You no longer demand that the river flow backward. You no longer curse the rain for falling. You no longer waste energy fighting what cannot be changed. You flow with life as it is, meeting it with courage, compassion, and wisdom. This does not mean you stop striving for goodness. It means you strive without resistance, without illusion, without despair. You work with life, not against it. The strength of acceptance is not small, it is immense. It is the strength to face pain without denial, to face change without fear, to face impermanence without clinging. It is the strength to live fully, here and now, without needing life to be different first. Acceptance is not weakness, it is power. It is the power to stop fighting reality and to begin living it with grace. To practice acceptance is to say, "This is what is. I cannot change the moment, but I can choose how I meet it. I choose to meet it with clarity, with compassion, with peace. And in that choice, suffering dissolves, wisdom grows, and freedom begins." 24. The balance of equanimity, standing calm in the storms of life. Equanimity is one of the highest treasures of the spiritual path. It is the state of balance that allows the heart to remain steady in joy and in sorrow, in gain and in loss, in praise and in blame. It is the calm at the center of the storm, the stillness that remains unshaken while the winds of life rise and fall. The Buddha described equanimity as one of the sublime states of mind, a form of freedom that arises when we see clearly the nature of reality. It is not cold detachment, nor indifference, nor numbness. Rather, it is the warm strength of a heart that sees everything, feels everything, but does not cling or resist. It is wisdom in motion. Most of us live pulled by extremes. When something pleasant happens, we cling to it, wanting it to last forever. When something unpleasant happens, we resist it, wanting it gone immediately. We rise and fall constantly, with these changes elated one moment, crushed the next, tossed about like a leaf in the wind. Equanimity is the capacity to step out of this constant turbulence. It is the ability to experience pleasure without clinging, pain without despair, success without arrogance, failure without collapse. It does not mean that joy and sorrow vanish. It means they do not control you. You remain steady, like a mountain, while weather passes across its slopes. Equanimity is rooted in the understanding of impermanence. Everything arises and passes away. Joys fade, sorrows fade, praise fades, blame fades. Nothing is fixed. When you truly see this, you stop clinging to what cannot stay, and you stop resisting what cannot last. You begin to meet life with openness, knowing that each experience is a wave passing across the ocean of being. Equanimity is the wisdom of the ocean. Not troubled by the waves, equanimity is also the antidote to partiality. Without it, the mind is constantly judging. This is good, that is bad. This is success, that is failure. This person is worthy, that person is not. These judgments divide the world and trap us in endless likes and dislikes. With equanimity, you begin to see more clearly. You recognize that life is not divided into absolute categories of good and bad. Things are complex, interconnected, impermanent. From this perspective, the heart remains open, not locked in narrow judgment. You treat all beings with compassion, not only those who please you. Equanimity is not apathy. Some confuse it with indifference, imagining a person who feels nothing, cares for nothing, acts for nothing. But equanimity is deeply engaged. It feels fully, but does not cling. It cares deeply, but does not drown in attachment. Imagine a doctor who treats a patient. If she becomes overwhelmed with fear and despair, she cannot act wisely. If she is indifferent, she will not act at all. But if she is steady and calm, she can act with compassion and clarity. That steadiness is equanimity. It allows action rooted in wisdom rather than reaction rooted in fear. Life constantly tests equanimity. Someone praises you, and pride arises. Someone criticizes you, and anger arises. You gain something, and you grasp. You lose something, and you grieve. These are natural human responses, but when clung to, they bring suffering. Equanimity allows you to feel them, acknowledge them, but not be enslaved by them. You see praise and blame as passing sounds, gain and loss as passing events, pleasure and pain as passing sensations. You remain free in the midst of them. Meditation is a powerful training ground for equanimity. As you sit, sensations arise, an itch, a pain, a pleasure. The mind wants to react, scratch, move, cling. But if you observe without reacting, you learn to watch sensations arise and pass without losing balance. The same happens with thoughts and emotions. They come and go, like clouds in the sky. Through this practice, the mind becomes steady. You carry this steadiness into daily life, meeting each experience with calm awareness. Equanimity also grows from compassion. When you see the suffering of others, the heart naturally feels sadness. But if you cling to this sadness, it becomes despair. Equanimity allows compassion to be sustainable. It is the balance that lets you continue caring without burning out. It says, yes, suffering exists. Yes, I will help where I can. But I will not collapse under the weight of it. I will remain steady so that I may help more. In this way, equanimity strengthens compassion rather than weakens it. Equanimity also requires trust. Trust in the unfolding of life. Trust in the law of cause and effect. Trust in your own capacity to meet whatever arises. Without trust, the mind is anxious, trying to control everything. With trust, you relax. You stop demanding certainty and allow life to flow. This trust is not blind, it is based on wisdom. on seeing the truth of impermanence and interdependence. You recognize that everything changes, that you cannot control it all, but that you can meet it with balance. Science reflects this ancient teaching. Studies on mindfulness and equanimity show that those who cultivate it experience lower stress, greater resilience, better relationships, and more consistent well-being. They are less reactive to negative events, less consumed by positive events, and more able to navigate challenges with calm. Equanimity is not only spiritual, it is practical. It helps us survive and thrive in a chaotic world. Equanimity is also freedom. When you are not tossed about by every praise or blame, every gain or loss, you are free. You act not out of reactivity, but out of wisdom. You love not out of fear, but out of compassion. You live not as a prisoner of circumstance, but as a master of your own mind. This freedom is not cold, it is radiant, because it is rooted in clarity. You become like a lamp that shines steadily, regardless of the winds around it. Equanimity does not mean that you never feel joy or sorrow again. It means that you hold them gently, with space, knowing they will pass. You enjoy joy fully, but without clinging. You feel sorrow deeply, but without despair. You remain steady through both. This steadiness allows you to appreciate life more, not less. You are no longer blinded by extremes, you see the whole picture. Equanimity also allows you to see goodness everywhere. Without it, the mind is quick to divide, good here, bad there. With equanimity, you see that even in difficulty, there is beauty, and even in joy, there is impermanence. This balanced seeing allows gratitude to flourish, even in hardship, and humility to flourish, even in success. Equanimity is the soil in which wisdom and compassion grow together. To cultivate equanimity, practice daily. When something pleasant arises, notice your tendency to cling. When something unpleasant arises, notice your tendency to resist. Pause, breathe, and remind yourself, this too shall pass. Allow yourself to feel, but do not be carried away. Over time, this balance grows stronger, until it becomes your natural way of being. Equanimity is a gift to yourself and to others. A steady heart calms those around it. When you remain balanced, others feel safe in your presence. You become an anchor in a stormy sea, a refuge for those who are tossed by life. This is why equanimity is considered a sublime quality. It is not only personal liberation, but also service to the world. The balance of equanimity is the strength to live fully without being consumed, to love deeply without being bound, to care passionately without being crushed. It is the calm in the storm, the mountain in the wind, the ocean beneath the waves. It is freedom in the midst of change, peace in the midst of struggle, clarity in the midst of confusion. To live with equanimity is to say, I will meet joy with gratitude, and I will meet sorrow with compassion. I will remain steady in gain and in loss, in praise and in blame. I will live with balance, with clarity, with peace. And in that balance, you discover the deepest freedom, the freedom to see the good in all of life, because you are no longer blinded by extremes. 25. The power of letting go, releasing what no longer serves you. Letting go is one of the most powerful practices on the path to freedom, yet it is also one of the hardest. The mind clings to possessions, to people, to ideas, to stories, to identities, to expectations. It clings because it believes holding on will bring security, control, and happiness. But clinging does not protect us, it binds us. It is like carrying heavy stones in a backpack and wondering why we are so tired. Letting go is the act of removing those stones. It does not mean losing love, wisdom, or joy. It means releasing what weighs down the heart, what obscures the mind, what prevents us from seeing clearly. To let go is not to abandon life, it is to embrace it more fully, with open hands and an open heart. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from attachment. We cling to what we desire, resist what we dislike, and demand permanence in a world of impermanence. But life changes constantly, people come and go, bodies age, circumstances shift, possessions fade. When we cling, we fight reality, and that fight brings suffering. Letting go is not rejection of life's joys. It is releasing the illusion of permanence, the demand that joy must never end, that people must never change, that life must always obey our desires. Letting go is living in harmony with impermanence rather than in denial of it. Letting go does not mean indifference. It does not mean withdrawing love, compassion, or care. It means loving without chains, caring without control, living without fear. Imagine holding a bird. If you clutch it tightly, you harm it, and it struggles. If you hold it gently, it rests freely, and you both find peace. Letting go is that gentle, holding open, loving, free. We cling not only to people and things, but also to identities. We cling to who we think we are, our roles, our achievements, our reputation, our story. We say, I am this, I am that. But life changes, and these identities shift. When we cling, we suffer as they slip away. Letting go of rigid identity allows us to be fluid, to grow, to transform. You are not only your job, your name, your past. You are something larger, deeper, freer. Letting go of the story allows you to discover the vastness of who you truly are. We also cling to pain. Strange as it may seem, we hold on to old wounds, replaying them again and again. We carry resentment, bitterness, anger, as if these protect us, but they only poison us. Letting go of resentment does not mean forgetting or excusing. It means refusing to carry the burden any longer. It means saying, I will not let this define me. I release it for my own freedom. In forgiveness, in letting go of the past, the heart becomes light again. Expectations are another form of clinging. We create rigid pictures of how life must unfold, how people must behave, how things must be. When reality differs, we suffer. Letting go of expectations does not mean giving up dreams or intentions. It means releasing the demand that they unfold exactly as we planned. It means meeting reality as it is, instead of being imprisoned by how we think it should be. This shift opens space for gratitude, for wonder, for joy in what actually is. Meditation teaches the practice of letting go directly. As you sit, thoughts arise, memories, desires, fears. The mind wants to grasp them, to spin stories. But the practice is to observe, to notice, and to release. Each time you let go of a thought, you return to the breath, to the present. Over time, this becomes natural. You see that thoughts are not chains you can let them pass, like clouds across the sky. Meditation reveals the possibility of freedom in every moment, the choice to release rather than cling. Letting go also applies to control. We often try to control people, circumstances, even life itself. But control is an illusion. We can influence, but we cannot command everything. When we cling to control, we exhaust ourselves in endless struggle. Letting go of control means trusting the flow of life. It does not mean passivity. It means acting wisely where you can and surrendering where you cannot. It is steering the boat skillfully while accepting that the river has its own current. The paradox of letting go is that it brings not loss, but freedom. When you let go of possessions as the source of your identity, you enjoy them more freely. When you let go of people as objects of control, you love them more deeply. When you let go of expectations, you see more goodness in the present. When you let go of resentment, you feel more peace. Letting go does not mean emptiness, it means spaciousness, a vastness where joy and love can flow. Science affirms this truth. Studies show that those who practice mindfulness and letting go have lower stress, greater well-being, healthier relationships, and deeper resilience. Clinging increases anxiety and fear of loss. Letting go reduces these, opening space for calm and contentment. It is not only a spiritual teaching, it is practical medicine for the modern mind. Letting go is not a single act, it is a lifelong practice. Each day, we notice clinging in thought, in action, in feeling. Each day, we breathe and release, even a little. Sometimes the release is small, like letting go of irritation in traffic. Sometimes it is vast, like letting go of a lifelong resentment. Each act of release makes the heart lighter, freer, more open. The deepest letting go is the letting go of self. The Buddha taught that clinging to the idea of a fixed, permanent self is the root of suffering. We say, "This is me, this is mine, I must protect it." But the self is fluid, changing, interdependent. Letting go of this rigid self does not erase identity, it liberates it. You see yourself not as a fixed entity, but as part of the flow of life. You are not a separate stone, but a wave in the ocean, rising and falling, always connected. This realization dissolves fear, because nothing can be lost that is not separate. Letting go of self is awakening. The power of letting go is that it allows you to see goodness again. When the mind clings, it narrows focused only on what it wants, what it fears, what it resents. When you let go, the mind opens. Suddenly you notice beauty in small things, kindness in others, peace in the present. You see that life itself is a gift, fleeting and precious. Letting go clears the dust from the mirror, allowing you to see clearly. All along this journey, we have traveled through the landscape of the human mind and heart, guided by the wisdom of the Buddha and illuminated by the timeless truths of life. We have explored mindfulness, compassion, forgiveness, non-attachment, equanimity, and the power of seeing goodness in all things. Each lesson has been a step, not on a path outside of you, but on a path within you. And now, as we come to the conclusion, it is time to gather these threads into one tapestry, a vision of how to live with peace, wisdom, and joy. At the heart of every teaching lies a simple truth: the mind is powerful. It can be your greatest enemy or your greatest ally. It can imprison you in suffering, or it can set you free. To reprogram the mind is not to force it, but to awaken it. To train it is not to chain it, but to liberate it from the illusions of clinging, judgment, and fear. The Buddha did not ask us to believe blindly. He asked us to look deeply, to see reality as it is, and to discover freedom in that seeing. When you practice mindfulness, you become aware of the weeds of negativity and the seeds of goodness in your inner garden. You learn to water the seeds of joy, compassion, and peace, while gently letting the weeds of anger and fear wither away. When you practice compassion, you expand the boundaries of your heart until no being is excluded. When you practice forgiveness, you drop the burning coal of resentment and find that your hands are finally free. When you practice non-attachment, you hold life lightly, loving fully without fear of loss. When you practice equanimity, you stand calm in the storms of gain and loss, praise and blame, joy and sorrow. All of these teachings converge in one place, the present moment. For the present is where life happens, where love is given, where peace is found, where wisdom is born. The past cannot be changed, the future cannot be controlled, but the present can be lived. And in living it fully with mindfulness, compassion, balance, and openness, you discover the goodness that was always here, waiting to be seen. These lessons are not abstract philosophies, they are practices for daily life. When you wake in the morning, breathe with awareness and gratitude. When you eat, taste each bite fully, mindful of the earth and countless beings who made it possible. When you speak, let your words be kind and true. When anger arises, pause, breathe, let go. When joy arises, savor it without clinging. When sorrow comes, embrace it with compassion, knowing it will pass. Each moment is an opportunity to practice. Each moment is a step on the path. The beauty of this path is that it does not demand perfection. You will stumble, forget, react, cling, judge. That is human. But each time you notice, you awaken again. Each time you return to awareness, you strengthen the habit of presence. Each act of compassion, each letting go, each breath of mindfulness is a victory. Slowly, steadily, the mind transforms. Suffering lessens, peace grows, joy deepens. This is the fruit of practice, not an instant escape from pain, but a gradual flowering of wisdom and love. The Buddha often spoke of the lotus flower. It grows in muddy water, yet rises above the surface, unfolding in beauty. Your mind is the same. The mud of suffering, confusion, and craving is real, but it is also the soil of awakening. By practicing these teachings, you rise above the mud, blooming into the fullness of your potential. You do not need to wait for perfect conditions. The lotus blooms in the very place it is rooted, and so can you. As you move forward from here, remember that the path is not separate from life. It is life. Every breath, every step, every interaction is part of the practice. Do not think you must escape the world to find peace. Peace is found in the midst of the world, in the very fabric of your daily life. Washing dishes, speaking to a friend, working, resting, all can be moments of mindfulness, compassion, and awakening. The great gift of this journey is that when you see the good in life, you do not only free yourself, you also become a light for others. Your presence, your steadiness, your kindness ripple outward, touching lives you may never know. A kind word, a patient silence, a compassionate act, all can transform someone's day, or even their life. By training your mind to see the good, you help others see it too. In this way, your practice is not only for you, it is for the world. The conclusion, then, is also a beginning. The end of these lessons is the start of your daily practice. Take what resonates, what uplifts, what brings peace, and apply it in small ways. Do not wait for tomorrow, begin now. Breathe with awareness, smile with compassion, act with kindness. Trust that each small step matters. The path unfolds one moment at a time, and each moment is enough. To reprogram your mind to always see the good is not to deny suffering or ignore pain. It is to acknowledge suffering while also seeing beauty. It is to recognize pain while also recognizing love. It is to live with both eyes open, aware of impermanence, yet filled with gratitude. This is not naive optimism. It is wise realism. It is seeing life as it truly is, a mixture of joy and sorrow, loss and gain, but always precious, always fleeting, always an opportunity to awaken. And so, let us close with a reflection. Sit quietly for a moment. Breathe. Place your hand on your heart. Feel its steady rhythm, the gift of life pulsing in you. Whisper silently to yourself, "May I see the good. May I live with peace. May I love with compassion. May I walk with wisdom. May all beings be free." Let these words sink into you, not as distant wishes, but as living truths. Carry them with you as you step into the world. For the path of awakening is not elsewhere. It is here, in you, now. The good is not hidden, it is waiting to be seen. Peace is not far, it is waiting to be remembered. Love is not scarce, it is waiting to be given. May you walk this path with courage, with joy, with compassion, with equanimity. And may your life, lived with awareness, become a lamp shining in the darkness, a lotus blooming in the mud, a testament to the power of the awakened mind. This is the gift of Buddhism. This is the gift of practice. This is the gift of living fully.